dynamic, metaphysical, conscious brother Bobby Hemmitt. What I wanted to do today, what I was saying to you was that not a lot of people really know Bobby. I kind of like to get an insight to who you are. Not, people hear your tapes and everything, but they don't know you.
Mm-hmm.
I like what you did just as a beginning, as an opener, a little bit more about you. Why you are on this mission? What is your...
My journey is definitely spiritual, and I can say that for one reason. I didn't get into this to be no speaker. I had no idea. And I didn't get in this because a certain career was failing and I needed to try something else. I got in this when the career had started, it had just started, it was on the upswing, and I got the big offers. Big offers. Well, we got you the new kid, because you black, you're selling tools, and you're designing these shoes. We never had that before in America, and the world is big in things that's never been done before. So I was like the Tiger Woods of the industry.
What industry?
The shoe industry. Designing shoes. You don't hear about it, because when I was doing it, there wasn't no black people in it. You see. Later on, they got some people, I think in the last 6-7 years, there was some people that came up. But I was the new phenomenon. I was the only black person. When you're the only one, they can use you as a novelty. So I was the new novelty. And like it's like the Jewish guy who I was working for, saying, make no bones about it. You are in here because we can make money off you. You are the new phenomenon. You see what I'm saying? You are one of the best. You're the new phenomenon. And see, I was so good until when they would take my shoes to Italy, my designs to Italy, the people could literally look at my designs and don't have to guess. And they could make the shoe accurate because I literally presented the shoe perfect in linear perspective. So they saw this, they saw me, and they said, this is a phenomenon. And the guy knew that I could knock out anywhere from 30 to 40 shoes a night. So that's a lot of stuff. So basically I had seized the market. I was it. And as a result, I was getting ready to get paid. Had a warehouse in Florida, had a store already under the makings at Lenox Square Mall. That's the big mall in Atlanta that was going to give the boutique. And the way they said, he said, now what we're going to do, we're going to give you a small line at first. Give you $500,000 bucks. We're going to do a small line. You're going to design something for me. You're going to design something for my wife. He said, on the other, and then we'll outfit the other part of the store with the shoes that I have, me and my wife have, and our thing, Roger Bowman and Barbara Bowman. But we're going to put your name on the store. We're going to hit Ebony, Jet, Essence, Vogue, and all that type of stuff, and it was going to be a phenomenon. So basically, in so many words, I had already made it. I worked for 10 years through college, and I had already made it.
What happened? What happened?
Well, I was nearing 27. No, I was 27. I was nearing 28. And there's certain things that happened at 28. Osiris in the mythology died at 28. So as a result, sometimes this mythology talks about certain cycles that happen on the human level. They tell you about the 7-year itch, 7 years. You and your mate might split up. Well, 7 years, me and Ginger, was history. And it just happened overnight. No fights, no nuts. She said, I got to go. I said, yeah, I believe so. So when I turned 28, I was all hooked up. I was the $1 million man. I was already celebrated. Clark Atlanta University was celebrating me. Spelman College was celebrating me because Clark Atlanta University, Spelman College, and Marsh Brown, they sent the recommendations for me up here to New York and Avenues of Americas to to Roger Bowman and them. So the package that they sent was through those colleges because I did some trickster thing to get in the door in the first place. And get in the door in the first place. So I was pretty much set in that particular aspect. That particular aspect. Then I turned 28. And when I turned 28, I just died. Only thing I could do was study. All this new information was coming up between Dr. Ben and Clark and all that John Hemmitt Clark and Maulana Karanga and Leonard Jeffries, the whole cadre of scholars they had, that from Francis Cress, Wilson, Wade Nobles, the whole 9 yards, Ivan Van Sertima, and the only thing I could do was just get into this study, and I just literally died. And it was a year later I looked up and it was like, damn, you didn't even get back in touch with the man. Because he, with Roger, because Roger and them told me, they said, well, look, if you, we have, I got some money upstairs for you right now with my family members. He said, but they're going to own you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get paid, but they're going to own you. You see what I'm saying? So like Oprah and all them, they done made deals. Now you get rich off the deals. You see what I'm saying? But they're going to own you. He said, well, and for some reason the Spirit told him, because this doesn't happen. He said, well, I like you. Go back and get some black investors in Atlanta and report back to me in 3 months. That was in the fall of '89. And report back to me in 3 months. That was September '89. And then what happened was, I turned 28 in that November, and I died. And a year later, I hadn't even got. Not only didn't have the investors, but I had $1 million deal with the Jews I could have picked up. Signed on the dotted line. I didn't even go back to that. I was just sitting in the house just studying. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I said, well, I don't know if I want to do that. I'm thinking that maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I don't want to design shoes for white people. So I said, in the African art at that particular time, in the summer of 1990, all the museums said, hey, we want African art. And it just was a phenomenon. So then I had art places and I had different people wanting to do shows. I had art houses and stuff waiting on prints and waiting on the artwork all up the East Coast. And here it was again. I had went from one career to the other one, and because I was such a good artist, I had people waiting. They said, well, when you produce it, we got you. I was one of the fastest artists, photorealism. My stuff looked like a photograph. Then all of a sudden, I could only finish the face. I would get to the face, and I had like 5 or 6, 7 drawings, paintings, and drawings and color pencil with real detail. You have to look real close to see whether it was not a photograph. But I couldn't finish nothing but the face. I think I finished one complete picture in 2 years. And that picture's still on my wall in my house. All the rest of them was just the face, and I would get the face, and that would be it. And basically, when I turned 30, I just looked. I was reading all this stuff, but when I turned 30, I remember I turned 30, and I said, I'm gonna go to South Carolina. When I went to South Carolina, the same books that I was reading, all this other stuff, I could just look down at the text and I could see things up in the text that I couldn't see before. It was like I was looking at something else, and then when I turned 30, the books, if I do this, the books would open up to the page of the stuff that I need. And the stuff would jump out at me. So basically, it was a phenomenon. I turned 30 in November of '91, and by the LA riots of '92, I was already speaking, because I opened up. I came out speaking to the LA riots with Steve Coakley, and then by that summer, I had already done 2 lectures in Snowball, and 1 year later, I was already with the regular scholars that was out here. So it was like a phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me ask you.
You see, so my thing is this here, to end that up, is people's lives take a spiritual destiny. And when you do that, everything works. Now, just think about it. Now, I'll be 40 in November. And if you see the actual booklet, it looks like I've been out here for years. And I've been out here for going on 10 years. But I started at a young age when you think about that at 30. So it was almost like, in so many words, I was born for this. And when it was time, it came in. It just happened. And this is what happened, to give you the spiritual insight that I'm not guessing. Once I started dealing with spiritual seers, the spirits used to come to me and say, we worked around the clock for about 2 or 3 years to get you out of the shoe industry. You see what I'm saying? And they said, and then they even showed me things all the way back to childhood on how they was fashioning this and fashioning that to get me in this particular level to do this. So it's spiritual. It's spiritual. You see what I'm saying? And this is the most interesting thing. I was an artist. Now, if you're a basketball player, anybody know anything about people who play sports or into the arts, either the music or the art, that's all you do. You don't do much else. If you get into something, that's all you do. I was an artist, and from first grade to doggone into college, which I took about 8 years, and so I was going to get my pension up in there. That's all I did. I was 98% non-academic. And I turned 30, and now people complain about Bobby and all them damn books. People say, that nigga must have been an egghead all his life and stuff. No, I never studied in my life. Never. In my life. My mother I had a brother a year older than me and a brother a year younger than I was. And one was my mama's oldest son and one was the baby. So I was what they call down south the knee baby. You know what I'm saying? I was the middle child. That meant you can do what the fuck you want. You the middle child. So therefore, mama didn't give a damn what I was into. You see what I'm saying and all. I started running the streets in the 5th grade. You see, so my point here is, the point I'm trying to make here is, it's a spiritual phenomenon.
When you say spiritual, kind of explain that, because a lot of people don't know the difference between spiritual and religion. Yeah, it's a good idea. The spirit has something to do with forces outside of moralism. What do you mean?
The spirit is no different than the forces of nature. Some things happen, the force of nature happens based on spirit. Certain things happen in us based on, that is the spirit that is above the phenomenon of physical reality and moral reality. We have been confused with this thing. We think spiritual is moralism, or we think spiritual is some type of movement that we put ourselves into, into sometime to somehow be sentimental or sometimes be inspiring, an inspirational thing. The spirit is greater than that. A lot of times the spirit, we don't have a choice in what we do in life. And a lot of times there's some things that happen with the spirit world where if you don't do those things, you get messed up. Take for instance, one guy said, I went to jail because I went to jail for something I didn't do. And Brother C. Freeman said, no, you went to jail for something you didn't do. Yeah. So he was supposed to do something spiritual in the line of his destiny. He didn't do it. He knew what he's supposed to do. Sometimes you don't know. He knew, so it might take several incarnations for you to get it right. But he knew what he was supposed to do, and he didn't do it. So as a result, the spirit world said, well, you will go to jail for something that you didn't do. You see what I'm saying? So there's an old saying, if you don't do this, your soul will whip your behind. You see what I'm saying? So the spirit that we're talking about here, unfortunately, the European society makes sure that they separate spirit from science. Very key. So when you think of spirit, you think of some kind of spookism. You think of something that in actuality has nothing to do with scientific measures. And what we don't understand here is the simple fact that we got electricity. Electricity is nothing but a force of spirit. And the same electromagnetic force fields that permeate around us to give us electricity, they can change, and when they change, none of this stuff will work. Everything is in this universe that we call Universe A is nothing but discourse and unions of energy. That's all everything is.
Discourse and units of energy?
Units of energy and unions of energy.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? It's just energy. Mm-hmm. And based on that energy, we get everything around us. Mm-hmm. You see? If that energy has to wane, things wax, things wane. If that energy has to change, then that particular energy, whatever it was that connected that energy will cease to connect that energy, and you get a whole nother incident, a whole nother phenomenon. Now let me explain. Gunpowder was invented in Hemmitt, Africa. And later on, Egyptian alchemists traveled to Asia. They had 70,000 students in Karnak. You see what I'm saying? They just didn't stay in Kemet. They went around the world. You see what I'm saying? They went around the doggone world. Some of these people went to Asia, some of them went to Australia, some of them went all over the world. You see, they didn't stay every place. You see, so on one hand, this gunpowder, which is alchemy, came out of Kemet. This gunpowder is only a reaction of something in the atmosphere around it.
Gunpowder is a reaction of something
in the atmosphere around it. Everything that happens, if you have any type of thing that you put together, and although you put these substances together, they might give you some type of explosive reaction. They're only reacting to certain atmospheres around it. So therefore, you can't strike no match underwater. You see what I'm saying? You know, you can't strike no match in the water. That camera will not work in the dark. It has to have some type of light.
Right.
You see, well, there's energies that change in the atmosphere, and when those energies change, gunpowder won't go off. Nuclear bombs won't go off. Different things won't go off. Different things won't explode. You see, different things won't light up. You see, this is higher forms of spirit that the European made up in his mind that he was not going to share. So what they do is, it's a science to this, what they do is they separate physical science from spiritual science, and they go hand in hand. Then what they'll do is, they will wait, they say we'll wait 100 years until we find some type of scientific way based on conventional science to explain something than to tell people they had the knowledge 100 years ago that they got from Africans. Now I explained this story and I'll explain it again. In a restaurant one time, me and Ginger was in this restaurant. She's working down at Atlanta Journal at the time. White boy from Berkeley, California. You know, he got on the Birkenstocks. He got on all the stuff. You know, he's the modern day quintessential hippie. You know what I'm saying? He's vegan, vegetarian. vegan, vegetarian. He has on the excuse my halo around my neck. That's just the sweat. You know what I'm saying? But that's African. So he's the modern day, vegetarian, and he knows all this type of stuff. So he said, hey, can I go down to this new restaurant they got? And I said, well, sure. I just want to hear what this white boy got to say. He's the Mr. Mr. Big Time Liberal, Mr. Big Time, So he got down there and started talking about the Egyptians. He heard they had brain surgery and all that kind of stuff. Because the white boy knows now. You see, Negroes don't know, but the white people know. And he was referring to the Egyptians as black. That's the reason why he was telling that shit to me. So all I was saying was, I started ribbing him and stuff like about the Western man don't really know this and the Western man don't really know that. So he got a little irritated after a while. He figured out what's going on and stuff. And so I was talking about, how we can get an egg and we can get some coconut and we can get some hens and we can get some other stuff like this and we can heal somebody's heart murmur or stuff like that. And so the white boy was like, I got your ass now. I got you now. Now you're going to have to explain to me how the Africans do that. Now some of these rituals have been, they were created thousands of years ago. Some of the actual scientific reasons have been lost. Okay. The meanings have been lost. But the Africans still do the ritual now based on tradition. You see what I'm saying? Based on tradition. So they'll still do the rituals based on tradition, although the scientific things, when they had these great mystery schools, which they could break this thing down, has been lost. But they just preserved the tradition of it. So I had no idea how some of these things work when the white boy asked me that. But then again, on the other hand, nothing is never really lost.
Yeah.
So when that white boy asked me that, the Spirit gave me the idea right there to the point whereas he had to agree with it because it was just that scientific. He said, well, explain to me how you're going to take a chicken liver and a chicken eye and some crushed up eggs and all this kind of thing here and heal a physical body. Well, I said, are we all but energy? And he said, yes. And I said, doesn't the body have every component that you want to deal with that's out here, alloys, minerals, and all that type of stuff in it in the human body? He said, yes. I said, and in this physical earth, nothing but a form of force fields, electromagnetic force fields and different things. And he said, yes. I said, okay, the Africans were more advanced enough that they can call the law of correspondence. They can take a chicken heart and correspond it with the same force field of a human heart and match those force fields up. And in so many words, they can actually heal the other body like you do laser surgery. Just by matching up electromagnetic force fields. I said, after all, if you was to break open that camera or VCR, you would just see a whole bunch of circuits up in there. And those circuits connect together to give you the damn DVD, the VHR, the digital this and the digital that. I said, but in all that particular energy was around 2,000 years ago too. So the only thing they was doing was harnessing damn energy, but also they were more advanced to understand that the body has the same circuits and the same energy, and they can harness the energy outside of the body to correspond with the energies on the inside of the body. I said, don't you have a goddamn cell phone now that don't have to be connected with no card to it in the wall? And you can go outside, but the base of that cell phone is up in here, and you can still pick up that call. You see what I'm saying? Not a cell phone, a regular cordless phone, but don't you have a cell phone that you can be in another country and you can still pick up a doggone call and you ain't got to have no card nowhere? I said, so that's a law of correspondence. These are frequencies being connected. So they could take the same frequencies to connect with the cells in the body by taking things in nature that was comparable to things inside of the body. Now, because we've lost this particular information, don't necessarily mean it don't work. He was like, you are right. You are right. Now, the European knows this stuff. But he would rather say that his science is the only science there is.
Let me bring out something.
Yes.
This is the way we were headed.
Yeah.
When you have the ability we have, and we were talking about that black people primarily have their consciousness of their mind locked in a box.
Yeah.
And they don't go outside of that box. But yet, we cut on the television and we see things that are happening around the world. Everybody is looking at things happening all around the world at the same time. And the only thing we have within the television is a transmitter and a receiver. We have a receiver, and there's a transmitter that picks up vibrations, picks up energy, you know, and it sends it out. These are waves. And we have a receiver that collects those waves are collected from, at any rate, and we see it. It's the same thing with the telephone. You got a billion people, billions of people all over the earth talking to whoever they want to talk to at the same time, and only talking to that person, and everybody is talking to them at the same time. And yet, we do not look at what that means. If that is possible, that you can have everybody all over the world talking exactly to one another all over the world at the same time, and we don't see that as a unlimited signal that you can do almost anything that you can think of once you can create receivers and transmitters. And that is not the only way that those things can work, the way that they work on the telephone. The ancient Africans said that if you spoke across water, that you could communicate with people downstream, that the water acts as a current, the same way, and other people could hear it. They had other ways of sending information, quite the way we do with the telephone, mentally, telepathy. Talk about that, and then we want to move from that into the world that the Africans existed in then. What happened to that world, and we want to juxtapose that to the creation of the European world.
Okay, great. You know,
that spiritual world.
Yeah. Okay. Now you just talked about that energy. Well, in so many words, you know, we do things in our everyday life that we just don't pay close attention to. And one reason why is because the reason why we are dumbfounded is because the society we live in tell us it is not possible. You see what I'm saying? They tell us that it is not possible. You see, even to the point where, as they say, through God, all things are possible. In one time in Africa, that would be putting the cart before the horse. You see what I'm saying? Now, we're not saying that we didn't have a spiritual connection with higher entities. We dealt with higher entities in everyday life, so that would never came into question. But when you say, through God, all things are possible, that's when things get vague, get broad.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying? Unapproachable. And although these are cliches that we use to get by in everyday life, these cliches diminish things because they diminish the human ability to tap into the universe, the omniverse, or whatever you call God. You are actually cut off from it. Just by giving all the power over to a deity outside of yourself, when the only bridge to the deity is through yourself. And if the deity is the one that has all the power, the omnipotent God, well, why the hell he fucking around with you and blaming you for stuff down here that's going to chastise you from stuff when he got all the power in the first place? You see what I'm saying? So my point here is we live in a society where we are codependent on the government and on some spook aspect of God where science or us not really knowing, not getting to the root of the matter, does not manifest. So in so many words, the reason why we never figure out the telephone is that way because we're trained not to. You see, we're trained not to. Or if we figure out that the telephone is that way, subconsciously we think that in actuality only the European can do that. You see what I'm saying? Only the European can do that. And then, if the ones that say, well, we know it's not the European, the first thing they say is God that's doing all of this. In so many words, it's still an unapproachable method where you're not responsible for tapping into your own energies. Now, don't get me wrong, the white boy has already figured this out. He figured out if it's going to get done, I'm going to do it. You see what I'm saying? He worships God better than us. You know what I mean by that? We always say, you know, the white boy don't worship no God. No, the white boy figured it out. The white boy figured out that the only kind of energy you got to utilize in this universe is the energy that you put together and take advantage of. You understand what I'm saying? So he's not sitting around with the theology of worshiping God just by thanking God for everything and saying that's spiritual. He's doing God and being God by figuring that, by knowing that if it's going to get done, the universe has already given me the tools to do it, and I can manipulate it, I can do it. Problem is we take all of our energy and put it on something else outside of us. There's an old saying in the Zohar. The angels on high, the man on earth said God lives on high, while the angels in the heavens say God lives on earth. Now that's in the Zohar. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said in the message to the black man, first page, to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior than yourself. Now what does this mean? But see, we still train in this blasphemy. It is a sin to even think something like that. So fear and ignorance rules. You see. Now the Zohar just said it, but that's a spiritual book, so it's okay. It can say that the man thinks God lives in the heaven, but the gods in the heaven say that God lives on earth. Now they can say that and all, but Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the same thing in so many words. Well, if you God, because he did say we were gods, to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior than yourself. So in so many words, the bridge is not being made here. The bridge is not being made here. And we're still thinking somebody's going to rescue us, and we don't even understand. Let's just take the Jesus story. Just for the phenomenon that even Christianity has got to be one of the worst cancers you can put on a person. In the aspect of literally changing all this foolishness around to make us a eunuch, drone type of people. But even if we just look at the concept for the mere fact he appeared as a man, if you want to just look at the mythology, as any mythology, this Messiah figure takes on a human form. Then humanity has to be the answer. Because God got to take on human form to manifest. Otherwise, God could just press a button and blow up the damn earth and be done with it. You see? Why do they have to take on human form? Because humanity, in one aspect, is the answer. That they have to locate the only potential to manifest God. So in the Kabbalah it says, God ain't nothing but a big ball of energy with all potential, but it's only potential. What is potential in God manifests in man. That's the only way it can be done. Man is the perfecting agent of God. So he's saying he's perfecting God. You see what I'm saying? That's the only way it can be done. That is the only God, that is the only way of action that God can ultimately manifest in the aspect of the final solution. And so in so many words, that's what they say with Jesus. You see what I'm saying? So if Jesus is the way, but Jesus was a man, then man is the way. You see. But the key here is religion, but religion is so invested in this unapproachable God, and you bowing down to this thing, and you becoming so codependent on it and stuff until the whole thing is destroyed. And I believe that Islam is probably even worse. Because with Allah, so much energy is given to Allah until you can't even have the decency to think. You see what I'm saying? To think. So, when we say religions, which is just a new phenomenon, these things are only 2,000 years old. Because anything prior to that, no, was educational systems. We look back now and we say Egyptian religion.
But it was not Egyptian.
It was an educational system. Mm-hmm. Now, because you might in your modern world, you might separate education from spirituality. You see what I'm saying? They had an educational system. You know. And when I say educational system, I'm not talking about modern education, whereas everything is separate. I'm talking about knowledge of man in the universe. Universe, earth, and man. That says a lot. That's a whole lot of education. The universe, the earth, and man. And everything else is inside of it, because that's all we know. You see, that's all we know. So in so many words, the problem here is that we have people who are hell-bent on supremacy defining how we're supposed to look at things. And I know this for myself as well as conscious people. If you're truly going to have to make a change and stuff, 98% of what you have to do is basically you got to purge yourself from all types of preconceived traditions, falsehoods, and popular notions, popular beliefs.
Now, let me interject here because
okay.
When you say purge yourself of traditions,
yeah,
and when we talking about traditions, we have to look at the tradition of the educational system.
Yeah.
That is trained, that trains people to think and to live their lives out in a certain way. For an example, if we look at the Darwin theory, where
right.
Darwin claims,
right.
projects that everything evolved out of a single cell, or out of, and progressed, and
right.
you have the European then as the mutation of the evolution of the last evolving.
Yeah.
But how did the Kemetic people see man? Did they somehow see him evolving
Excellent.
out of an ape? And if not, then what paradigm, when you are released from the Darwin theory, what freedoms are you set into as a thinking being? What are you free from?
Okay. First of all, I want to make a statement because we have to overhaul some things. Because the Afrocentric community fell prey to this. Our Afrocentric community are this this new educational structure that was going to be any type of information where the Africans take hold to their history was basically brought to us at that particular time, the last 15 years, with people who worked inside of the universities. Unfortunately, by working inside of a university, if you're going to draw a paycheck, you're going to have to deal with some type of politics. So even in the aspect of giving the African history, there was a political measurement on how they had to go about it. Now, two things in the universities have happened. In the universities, it is clear that you can only do this thing two ways. You got to accept the Darwin's theory of evolution, or you got to accept theology. You see what I'm saying? When we talking about the major structure of a university. And anything else gets into the aspect of speculation, Speculation. What's the other word for this? It's another word they use. There's a word they got even in some of the bookstores you go to.
Theory?
Well, theory, speculation, and there's another word they use. So they're always real clear about categorizing things. You know, the European, since we've been here, everything is based on category, even down to the music. Whenever they want to destroy you, only thing they got to do is recategorize your behind. And you either in or out. Everything he has done, even down to the races, was category. Remember, the Ethiopians used to be European. You see, based on the category. Then they said, well, how do you do that? Then they went by hair. You understand what I'm saying? Then they went by hair is why they said this type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? But so he's real key on defining. His definition is the most power he has. You see, it's the most power he has. Now, going back to the Afrocentric movement, because that's what we're concerned about here, because there's some things that we have to deal with. They had to take two ways of looking at this thing. They had to either say if they're going to do it with religion, or they're going to do it with evolution. With evolution. And for some of the real hard-nosed scholars, they bought into the evolution thing. I've even heard Ishaka Musa, where they talk about the Nui and Grimaldi. And here it is, they're still dealing with these hominid stages of bones that they found on Earth, and thinking that applies to the African. You saying, why not, Bobby? No, because the Africans are clear on what they say. Now, I'll explain what I mean by that. And Charles Finch and a lot of them, you know, they started off, and one of the key things, now, even if you are an African that don't buy that Darwin thing that we came from apes, you see what I'm saying? Because we didn't. But even some of the ones, so Charles Finch agreed, he buys the premise that we came from apes. So that's a Darwin type theory. There is no evidence that the Africans came from apes. Now I'll explain this in I'll tell you one aspect. And the other ones talk about the hunting-gathering stage. Either way, they had to have some type of construct that was coming from what the collegiate world say, what is scholastic and what is not scholastic. Otherwise, you fall into that aspect of speculation, theory. You understand what I'm saying? Theory, inspiration or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Or political. You see what I'm saying? And then if they really hate you, it gets down right to rhetoric. They love to use that term. But rhetoric is a seven liberal art. You see what I'm saying? You know, so some people say, no, Bobby, you can't say that. Because we have bones that prove that man was of an earlier hominid, whatever, stage.
Correct.
No. You got bones of different ape species. That don't necessarily mean that was applied to the Africans because you find a bone in Africa. Don't necessarily, no, there's no proof that said that this was the ancient African when the Egyptians never said that we came from a hominid stage. So my point here is you can have different species of apes, just like Darwin showed you. But it don't necessarily mean that those different species of apes or whatever types of things that they had down here ended up being man. Now we know that there's thousands, if not millions, of species of animals that came and went, you see what I'm saying, for millions of years. So it doesn't necessarily prove that this was man. Now my point is we got to ask this question now. Are we going to say we believe in the ancient Egyptians, ancient Moors, ancient Olmecs, or whatever you want to call, based on the political thing? Or we know that we say that we were the most advanced people on the planet, and right now, Hemmitt bears witness to that. Even white people bear witness that Egypt is the greatest civilization to ever exist in the physical. Unparalleled. You got white people bear witness to that today. So now, if we're going to say that we put together the greatest civilization on earth. Okay? And if we're going to say that we were far more advanced than any Europeans are now, why is it a double standard to say that the Egyptians didn't know what they was talking about when they talked about creation and how they got here?
What did they say about how they got
They said, I'll give you some evidence. Get Lost Light, Alvin Boyd Kuhn's book. He kind of basically synthesized a lot of the materials in the 1940s. That's why you don't hear about it. You know, who is this King of Glory? He just really did one of the greatest scholarly works on the Jesus story. Who is this King of Glory? What's his name? Swore by it. John.
Dr. Clark.
Dr. Clark. His book, Lost Light. The Egyptian, even Manetho, or whoever, said that we used to be a bunch of gods that used to rule in a primordial age. And those gods later on became the ancient Egyptians. And the gods dwell in them. The Hermetic text talks about this because we're going somewhere with that tonight. And the gods dwell in them. And they say that there's a lineage between the primordial gods on into the first royalty of Hemmitt. That's what they say. They asked Manetho, he said, well, we got roughly 8,000 to 10,000 years of Egyptian history. They said, who used to rule before then? He said, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule.
What book is that in?
Well, Manetho, you can get it in that in Manetho's history, but he also said it in Basil Davison in one of his books on Africa in 1991. Reprinted that particular aspect when Manetho said that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. It's in one of his books called Africa. It's just simply, I think it's called Africa. It was one of the last books he did, 1991. Basil Davison book, 91 or 92. I think it was probably late 91, early 92. Reprinted that Manetho saying. The Hermetic text, Walter Scott Hermetica, said that the gods used to dwell in Kemet, and then they departed. I'm going ahead of myself. But they all talk about, and in any ancient writing you get, I don't give a dog, even if it's down to this, down to the bad stuff, when you want to talk about just going into the religious stuff. They talk about a time when there was a primordial age of us being on this high level, which dwelled down to the monarchy level, which governed the people, and the people coming from that divine lineage. Right. Now, why can't we believe that when most religious people and most scientific people believe that we are going to a higher plane? Well, hell, if you was going to a higher plane, why can't you believe you didn't come from a higher plane? You understand what I'm saying? But the thing here is we're talking about political thing because the white boy can't show himself in history if he don't have that Darwin's evolution.
What do you mean?
If he's a Johnny-come-lately, he cannot be authentic as the ruler of the world and put this thing over on people as him being the authority of knowledge. See, he just didn't colonize history. He has colonized knowledge now, and he has colonized thought. He done bumped around now, so he's not even on this thing here about whether he's going to lock up a couple of black people. The entire world now said that their cutting edge is to be like the European or think like the European. And anybody that don't think like the European is clandestine, primitive, not in the good sense, but in the savage sense.
A cult.
Cult. You see what I'm saying? Somewhat delusional. So he has colonized thought.
Let me interject this here because I think it's important for you to also, and we're going to keep colonizing thought. I want you to get back to it, but you must interject here that history, anthropology, all of those subjects are creation of Europeans. Nobody wrote history before the Europeans.
That's right.
The European colonized history because he created history and he made it up. You might want to just throw that in there as you
and when you really think about it, when you check the records, it is only a European phenomenon for domination and imperialism. You understand what I'm saying? So in so many words...
you are saying that the Europeans created history.
Yes, I will agree.
Okay.
In so many words, because it's a political instrument for mind control and menticide. You see what I'm saying? It's an instrument. We can't get around that factor. And the only thing he has to do is keep saying that this is the criteria you want to go by. Some people go, well, damn, I want to know why do we follow the European criteria? Because you just don't understand, like you just said. The only history we ever knew was the one he created. So therefore, we'll follow the criteria because we're still in this box in which the history that he created. Need to get outside of the box.
And he created that history on two formulas, Darwin theory and the Bible.
And the Bible.
Of faith.
But it's both of faith. And most people, whether they like it or not just black people, because if white people if we had the average white person having some common sense, yes, we can find more white people that can be into things so they have much more exposure. But if the average white person had common sense, by us following white people, some of that would spill over. But all of us are dumb in the aspect that a lot of them are fooled by this type of thing here.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, European culture deals with history based on biblical history. And we are Christian creatures. There's a difference. A Christian creature is bred. We don't understand what breeding is. If this is just energy down here, and not unless you tap into some deep archetypes, and it does happen, but it's rare, where all of a sudden something new will come up in people's minds. Those are visionaries. But for the masses, they can only be driven and manifest whatever they were bred on and how they were bred. We were bred as Christian creatures. And even when we say we don't want to deal with Christianity anymore, when we go to, because we still only have a few choices. We either go to Islam or we go to Judaism. See, the Eastern philosophy is still not as popular in the United States. It's still a smaller phenomenon. But the reason why I say those three, because those three are so much a cousin. The blueprint from the Adam and Eve, and David and Solomon and all that type of stuff is in those three religions. The first phase of any of that stuff is Old Testament, and Quran ain't nothing but Old Testament when it starts off with Adam and Eve. That means that it is a creation of the Old Testament. It's more fundamentalistic about it and stuff, whereas you find less in the Quran than people think you do. There's some stuff up in there and all, and we like it and stuff, but the point I'm trying to make is this. Those three major religions, it still supports the Christian creature. So even if he's Muslim, he's still a Christian creature because the theology starts with Adam and Eve. It's still from a Judeo-Christian theology. The mythology, the motifs, the characters are still under the same line. And ultimately the same aim is obedience to God.
Yeah, that's why you got Farrakhan doing the Christian thing.
The Christian thing. It's akin. Now, even though Islam is the most alien compared to Judaism and Christianity, because hell, the Old Testament is Judaism, it's still akin, they still support each other. You see what I'm saying? They still support each other. Whether you say Jesus, Mahdi, or Mashiach, they still support each other in the aspect of that Judeo-Christian paradigm. Now, this also feeds the Christian creatures. That's what we don't understand. Now, we now have the research to prove that there's such thing as a Christian creature or a Christian creation. Because now we have been in the doggone Afrocentric movement, let's say a little rough, for 15 years with this thing. And yet, black people have changed their deities from Osiris to Obatala to Oshun to Aset in the Afrocentric world. But the model that they deal with these Osiris and all of those is still a Christian model. Just the deities have changed. They're still Christian creatures. So they're looking at Osiris as the same aspect as Jesus Christ. Let me give you an example. Recently I was attacked by the conscious community by dealing with the whole tantric element of the sexual phenomenon. Only because they didn't know that what I was actually doing was acting out the theology or the actual motifs, the mythology, and the system of Osiris. Because they didn't get to know the essence of Osiris and what that stuff was really about. They couldn't recognize it because they were still looking at Osiris and Horus as Jesus. And Jesus is a eunuch. You understand what I'm saying? A hermaphrodite. And can very well be gay for all intents and purposes. There is nothing about him that suggests sex. So when it came to the Afrocentric community and I started talking about sex, they could not identify with Osiris, although there's penises all over the doggone Hemmitt, which is the obelisk. You see. You see what I mean? They could not do it. So basically, they accepted Osiris. But they kept the Christian model. Just the names changed, and now he's black. For all intents and purposes, he's a eunuch, hermaphrodite, you see what I'm saying? Or gay, one of the two. But sex can't be up in there no way. I can't even say gay, because if he was gay, he'd be sticking his penis in some butt or something. So I can't even say gay, because that suggests sex. But he's a nun.
You talking about the Afrocentric community?
Yeah. I'm talking about the Afrocentric community. This is the one I'm talking about. When it all boiled down, they were still just Christians. You see, they were just Christians. And they didn't truly understand what the Kamites was. We'll go into how they thought. For the simple fact that they were just only interested, because you got to understand one of the psychological reasons why we even accepted Kemet. We were only interested in overthrowing Christianity because we have a profound hatred of Christianity, and I can't blame them. But somehow we throw the baby out with the bathwater. We throw the baby out with the bathwater. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, we were more into the comparison of Christianity to prove that all of Christianity was borrowed from Kemet and Africa, more than we were trying to understand what Kemet and Africa was. Christianity is a pale comparison and a reflection to compare Kemet to. It's like comparing a BB to an atomic bomb. You understand? Instead of studying the atomic bomb, who cares about the BB? But I understand now, our people are locked into Christianity, so it's political now, psychological now. We're going to have to get them out of that to get them to accept. But in the aspect of us not learning what these people was talking about, the pharaonic thought, we got lost along the way, and Osiris became hermaphrodite, eunuch, castrated Jesus. You see?
Yes, Brother Grant.
You see. So, I gave you a good example. Now here it is. Every person that's walking in this world is here as a result of somebody having sex. Then it seemed to me that great logic would suggest and rationale that sex could very well be at the center of one's religion or spirituality. Being that it is the ultimate thing to get anybody down here searching for God in the first damn place. You see what I'm saying? Why is this Christian phenomenon devoid of the most quintessential essence of life itself? Sex. You know? And yet, the Egyptians, the tantric aspect of Indus Kush, the Ethiopians in India, that we call Hindus and all that type of thing, the Africans, Europe got Oshun, gets it on. Her and Shango, when they meet, they throw down right then and there. You see what I'm saying? And it makes common sense that it would be the essence. Going back. But yet I bring out a year of the tantric element. Now I've always dealt with the tantric thing over the years. But I never had a focus on it like I did the last year because it was time for it. And I never got so much opposition. Not from Christians. This was the so-called conscious people that had their limit on how conscious they was going to go. And it wasn't like I was telling them to go out there and blow somebody's head off or stick some doggone a pitchfork up their butt. I talked about something that's as natural as that person going home and getting horny and jumping in the same bed that same night.
Let me ask you a question here.
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of save this to the end, but since it has come up, I think what the conscious community is looking at, and we need to really deal with it. They're looking at they're looking at, we as a people, suffering like crossroads.
Yeah, right.
We're looking for paradigms and information that can get us out of the box.
Right.
Our experience here has told us that there are values and there is a moral system that can help shape and guide a person's relationships and their development that will help put them into a more prosperous, advantageous discipline that will lead them or give them the strength to develop in certain areas. Now, I think what they're upset about is that when you break down all of those traditions all of those values,
exactly.
and you interject that
Yeah.
one should partake or be involved
Yeah.
in what they see is destruction.
Yeah.
And they see around them
Mhm.
drugs, they see around
Yeah,
them,
exactly. I know.
prostitution,
Right.
they see around them the degradation.
Exactly.
And that's the last thing, and you can't parallel that
Yeah,
with,
exactly.
with even historically comedic
Exactly.
life,
Exactly.
because we were disciplined people,
Exactly.
we were organized,
Exactly.
and etc. Even in spiritual.
I know exactly where you're coming from on
our
this.
laws that are left
Yeah.
point to that in terms of the what they call the negative confessions.
Exactly.
So you were going against.
And I want to address that.
And let me finally say that some may say that that's an agent of destruction that you are bringing into
Exactly.
the
Exactly.
community that will ultimately break down everything that we've heard.
And exactly. But what they don't understand is this. Certain things are done in certain time cycles. The Egyptians or the Canaanites 5,000 years ago understood that they had 5,000 years of history that had to be maintained. Our time cycles are off. Sometimes we're looking in systems where you had a humane system to support the system in which you're trying to bring order to get to a certain level of spiritual aptitude. But the time cycles are off. And they're not studying the mythology. Because the mythology is you got the age of Osiris, age of Isis, and an age of Horus. Now this is the thing here. We say we're going to accept Horus, Heru. But we're not going to accept Heru as Jesus. Now I want to ask you something. By studying the myth, because here we're going back to saying we're going to talk about what the Egyptians believed. Because they got the negative confessions and all that in the book coming forth by day. But if I'm not mistaken, the Heru that we get that survived, and there's different aspects of them, we'll follow some around the world. But the one in Hemmitt and the one in Greece, they do one thing. They kick natural-born ass. Now, when we talking Heru now, hold on now. Now, you tell me right now, does the Heru that you see in the mythology, if we're going to talk about Egyptian paradigm, is he walking around with a doggone ukulele? Or if he walking around with a sword, and Heru from the time he's a baby, other than suckling his breast, the next thing you see him, he doing one thing. He giving niggas the beat down. Am I right? And we can all say that we are, thousands of years have passed since this stuff has been given to us, and now we are finding out about it. We are definitely in the age of Heru. So, see, if you study the myth,
give some examples of the myth of Heru.
the myth of Horus, the myth of Horus, the myth that we have of Horus, 98% of Horus as an adult that we get coming down from Hemmitt is combat myth. That's it. Example, you see Horus smiting. You don't, I mean, as an adult Horus, now we're going to go to some other aspects in a few minutes, but we're talking about the Kemetic paradigm, the Egyptian or Kemetic paradigm, the adult Horus in the mythology that comes down to us is only a combat entity. You might see him suckling his mama's breast. He might be playing a little bit as a baby or whatever, or as a little child. But the adult Horus, Heru, that we get in any kind of text in Kemet, he's always in battle. We don't see him outside of battle. We don't see him outside of battle. Now we know that the Horus is Hercules. It's the same name, Hercules, in Greece. He don't do nothing. His 12 labors is he kicks natural born ass. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about a force of chaos and aggression for an age that needs chaos and aggression because the age is too deteriorated to have the system of 2,000 years ago of balance and order. It's deteriorated. That's why Horus comes in. Horus represents chaos. When a system is rotten, deteriorated, degenerated, putrid, it can't be built back up. It has to be destroyed. Here again, we're dealing with the Christian paradigm, but we can't look. See, we got to understand this particular part also too. Although we get caught up in history, we can never be like the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Kemet because we don't have a state that is conducive for that. That's why we get the Horus myth. The Heru myth is talking about destruction. Now we trace that Horus to India. He's talking about burning people up with his third eye. And when he ain't killing, he knocking boots.
Now, in India,
Which means he's having sex.
Yeah, in India, what is he?
He's Shiva.
Okay.
He's the god Shiva. He's the god Rudra. In India, he's much more passionate, but he is erotic. And the moral aspect don't come into this world. And so many words, this same Horus figure in India, and the same Horus figure when you take him, it comes from the Minoans, in some part of what they call Mesopotamia. We just talking about that area that came out of pre-dynastic Egypt that traveled up in this particular area. The Minoans, they worship the sacred bull, which is a combination of Osiris, Apis. He is Dionysus. Dionysus, which is Horus and Osiris combined, is any prototype of what you want to call Satan. You will find it in Dionysus.
Explain.
He's a god of ecstasy. He's a god of a celebration of life and celebration of the latent ecstasy powers in you to bring you to a level of bliss through what he called love play. Now, based on Christianity, this would be the devil. Because that's the same thing that God brought them people up in the golden calf, and they was having sex with each other and eating, drinking the wine and all that. He's the god of the wine and the god of the vine. Now, if you trace him, if you trace him also to India in later aspects of Shiva converted, he's Krishna. And Krishna is the god of love play.
We're talking about Horus.
Horus. You get Krishna. Krishna, in the mythology, goes with a married woman. He goes with a married woman. There's a reason why. I'll give you that in a few minutes to clear that up. He goes with a married woman. He got a flute that he blows to seduce people when they hear the flute. He got called the gopi girls or the cowgirls. He blow on the flute and his hoes come. Now, in the motifs of the devil or the Christianity, you'll see a little man with some horns on his head, with a flute, seducing you. This is the attribute of Krishna and Dionysus. When you get to Dionysus, he's a form of Pan. He's the prototype in which they set up the devil from. But get this. Dionysus is one of the ultimate prototypes that Christianity was drafted from. Dionysus is the god of the wine. Jesus is the god of the wine. Dionysus has a divine birth. Jesus has a divine birth. Dionysus is half mortal and half immortal. Half immortal. He's the born of the son of the Father. And earlier, of course, he's the son of the mother. But my point here is, even when we say that, here it is again, you're proving my point. Did they really look into Egypt and find these things that I found in Kemet? Or are they looking into Egypt content with Christianity, but trying to just find a new name for it? And the characters take on Jesus, David, Abraham. That's what I'm trying to say. Do they really look at Kemet? You see what I'm saying? Do they really look at Kemet? And that's the problem. The problem is our early inception into this phenomenon that we call Afrocentricity. We took Christianity with us lock, stock, and barrel. Because Heru, if you can find me anything where Heru is walking around with a little lamb in his damn hand and a whole bunch of little white kids running around him and stuff like that and feeding some people with some bread and all that kind of thing, you can find me anything like that in them temple walls. You see Heru, most of the time, Heru got something in his damn hand smiting. Because he represents the last final solution to what the Egyptians say was going to get us up out of this damn mess. Kicking ass and taking names. That's why our children kick ass and take names. We just haven't found the mythology comparable to them to try to understand what's going on. It's an age of chaos. That's called a Kali Yuga in India. You see what I'm saying? It's called a Kali Yuga in India. So what I'm trying to say here is, what I'm dealing with here is, I don't have no stake in this. I'm not dealing with it as a theology in that aspect. I'm dealing with it as research. And research is contrary to popular belief. It's ongoing. You see what I'm saying? Even this Horace myth, when it comes to kicking that ass, it is not omitted from Christianity. Jesus is all this, but the last phase of Jesus come up in there with the sword, kicking ass and taking names. It's not omitted from no religion. Mashiach coming back to kick somebody in the ass. Even the religions talk about it. It's just that we got to understand what time cycle it is. Our time cycle is, let's face it, we got to be easy, because I think sometimes we can get caught up in the Afrocentric thing. It's so beautiful to us, because we're black people that know our history, until we can have a form of romanticism. We're talking about people with atrophied minds. Black people. Atrophied minds mean after a while, you can reverse the polarities of thought itself. Analytical ability, rationale, logic, and even the visionary aspect can become abnormal in a human that never developed those skills. In a society that's been on you never developing them skills, and one of the best ways for you to never develop those skills is to put you in a religion that tell you don't think. Because if you think, you go to hell, because even your thoughts are doggone sin.
Now,
Then hold on, one other thing too. is to take this one God syndrome, where the mind has multiple components in it, multiple archetypes, multiple dimensions, multiple feelings, multiple emotions, and say, only look at one God, and the rest of the deities that explain those different emotions, archetypes, energies, and feelings, you cast aside. Therefore, your mind never develops. And the reason why your mind never develops is because the mythology or the science that is comparable for you to develop a mind on a God level has been destroyed or is taboo. You just be obedient to God. And what you do, you give people a Judeo-Christian paradigm where the story is nothing but of a backwoods, sand-dwelling shepherd people that not only have no bearing to the ancient world, because the ancient world was miraculous, but these sand-dwelling shepherd people have no bearing on the technology that we have today. So therefore that white man gonna be God, because he's greater than any Abraham, Isaac, and them motherfuckers walking around with sheep and stuff, and robes and lambs on, and he's damn sure greater than Jesus, because Jesus can't even begin to pair with the awesome ability that this white man putting before us every day. And he walking around in sandals and all this kind of thing here, talking about some bread and all this kind of shit here.
Now, we're gonna come back to that.
Yeah.
But I wanna go further into
Yeah.
the concept that you're putting out in terms of letting it all hang loose. And again, you talk about the condition that we find ourselves in, minds that are atrophied, etc. But when you suggest that our sisters should be divine whores,
Okay, right.
I mean,
Right.
for some people,
Okay, I know exactly.
is the ultimate corruption.
Exactly.
They're building jails to house the people
Right.
that you are telling
Right.
to do these
Right.
things. I mean, it's almost like a
Exactly.
blueprint to
Exactly.
help fill up the jails and to fall into the
Mhm.
hands of the European.
Yeah.
It is complete chaos
Right.
and destruction.
Mhm.
And the last thing that our folk need. Now,
Okay, now I want to ask you, but I want to deal with that. First of all, we got to look at.
talk about what is
Let's
divine
okay,
whole.
okay. I will, but first of all, we got to look at. We have to look at the chapter in which we find ourselves when I'm saying these things. We got to look at a history and what we're seeing when we're dealing with that. First of all, despite popular notion that we are dealing with, that we're putting this stuff together for the masses. Not only is that romanticism, it never happened in human history. The masses ain't never did but one thing, died, and be ruled by the dominant culture that rules it. That's what the masses are. Now, in dealing with this, we have to deal in the history what has been put forth within the last 15 years of people that have been outside of that culture of the masses. Conscious people. There's a difference. The masses, if we wait on them, will we make waiting 1,000 years, because they're going to be locked down with every upheaval that is put on them. But in somehow, there has to be a group of people who started on a course of study. And if we want to talk about evolution, an evolution of permeating the life mysteries to get us back to what we came from. or a high advanced being, because I started off the lecture talking about we came from a high state of the God realm on into Kemet. And that's where we're supposed to be going. Now, so what I'm trying to say is this. So spite the community social counterparts in which the Afrocentric community was based on, that we're doing this for the greater black community, there has to be a group of people that do like the ancient Egyptians, that the white man is following. There's got to be a centralized group of people that no matter what mess around the people, whatever falls on the people, whatever plight the people go through, they have to deal with the task at hand and the knowledge at hand. So you got to understand the context in which these tapes are going out. These tapes are going out mostly to the learned. Now, there's a few other little people that hear this stuff in between. I still cannot hold back vital information in history on the tantric level, and there's a reason why I tell the people that they must come out of the age of repression, because that is what Christianity has done. And when you repress something, it comes back worse, and then it becomes freaky. You see. But right now we can't wait on the other people to catch up, because we're talking about a people that are insane, that are patients. We have to deal with the people for the next lecture, for the next level. So in the tradition of where I started out from, okay, we have the historical level. Now we need to understand exactly what the Egyptians were dealing with, what the ancient Africans were dealing with. And no matter how alien it may seem with our modern mind, we cannot omit these types of things. Although popular culture and culture for the last 200-300 years have called those things taboos and degradations, they're not really that. But nevertheless, we have to explain these things, not only because they were ancient aspects of spirituality and science, but we have to explain these things to diffuse age-old concepts and misconceptions and taboos and morals that hold us down. And as a flip side of those concepts, we become even worse human beings, even when we get freaky. Even in this thing, you take for instance, I've known this to happen. I've seen fathers take their daughters and tell them they got to be in school. After school, they got to be in that house after school and can't come out. And the only time they can be out is when the father and them come home. I have seen men like this to suppress those daughters. And I've seen those daughters deal with that same Puritan thing as the church and all the righteousness say we're supposed to do. And as soon as they go to college, give up booty out of both draw legs. Because that's the key. When you repress something, it bottles it up and it comes out corrupted. It is only when you deal with taking something out of repression that you can look at this thing and see it as the phenomenon it is. Sex and those particular things is a phenomenon of the universe and as nature. They have only been turned into perversion based on somebody having problems with it and making it taboo, and as a result, the problem got worse. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say here is to talk about that in the time cycle that we are. I cut to the chase. Me personally, I don't believe that we're going to build a harmonious civilization. Because and why I say that? Because I'm going by science. The Egyptians never said we were. They never said we were.
But they built one.
They did. But remember now, majority of the temple walls and everything that they're dealing with is not suggesting history that they're living in. They cared nothing about the history that they lived in. They only cared about the future. And everything they did was based on a future, and ultimately, we haven't even explored their dealings with the afterlife.
Okay, now, I want to come back to that.
Yeah.
I want you to go deeper into the divine whore. For an example.
Exactly.
You are suggesting
Right.
that the sisters should just go out, throw their legs up, and give some to anybody who wants some. And, you know, I got daughters.
Yeah, I know exactly.
And definitely,
Exactly.
I don't want my daughter
I know.
fucking any nigga.
I know.
Anything
I know. And you know what?
That the fruit will get ripe.
I know what?
Be plucked.
I know what?
But I
you're exactly right.
understand the structure of greed and you
Okay,
know,
right.
mating.
Okay.
And I know that the wrong mating
Now let's go into the
destroys
science.
family, destroys everything. So I want you to explain.
Yeah, I'm going to explain that.
Because of the
Yes.
necessity.
I'm going to explain that.
explain
I'm going to explain that.
This corrupt
Okay.
debauchery
Yeah.
that you're putting in.
Okay. I'm going to explain that. Exactly. First of all, one thing we really don't have to worry about. Really don't have to worry about the people that you suggest is going to turn into hoes. That ain't happening. Christianity done took care of that. And this society done took care of that. See, some things is not even a paranoia and stuff like that, no, because it's not even the suggestion that they're going to even turn into hoes. I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is this. The concepts on what we're talking about here. First of all, we're talking about Tantra. And we're talking about that at one time in Canaanite history, the women used to deal with a form of polyandry. We was thinking that polyandry was something, we call it some corrupt thing where these people in the caves are doing a whole lot of stuff. We call that polyandry. But there was a time when there was the priesthood. And I'll give you a book called Van Lysbeth's book. $30 book by Samuel Weiser called Van Lysbeth's book called Tantra, the Cult of the Feminine. Let's go into some of this. Do you know, we do know that even Afrocentric scholars have traced that polygamy was invented by the woman. Because she wanted her sister, when there was a shortage of men, she didn't want her sister left out of the mix, and they needed a balance for the society based on that there wasn't enough men to go around and different things like that.
Right.
And it was carefully controlled and all of those type things. That form of polygamy came from an earlier system when we was dealing with the matriarchal realm of polyandry. Now polyandry was, this goes on to go right into the divine whole. Polyandry was a system at that particular time where women had several mates based on a tantric level to get to a spiritual high. This was a supreme form of religion. Your obelisk, that is in Kemet, and Osiris with the penis, and Mim with the big penis and all this kind of thing here, is modified and leftover splinters of another age. So the good part about this is we have the scholarship to support this stuff. This is not the ranting and the ravings of a lunatic. We have to break this thing down scholarly. I don't put nothing out there that I can't back up scholarly wise. You see. Now, before I get into that, I just want to say this one thing. We don't have to worry about the mass form getting this type of information. It ain't happening. It didn't happen. But we have to set down several things that we have to deal with in the divine mysteries. Asa Hilliard, all those people, they talked about the mystery system. Dr. Ben and all of them talked about the mystery system for years, and we still didn't have a complete understanding of what the mystery system was. We thought it was just another form of a ceremony. And now we're unearthing forms of the mysteries. And those mysteries, that's why they call them mysteries. They might be taboo, but they are mysteries of the human body, the human condition, and the human possibilities, probabilities, and potentialities. But not something in the future. It's some stuff that already happened. Now, going back to this history of polyandry. A lot of this history, unfortunately, is not left behind in Egypt because the Egyptians themselves practiced the art of destroying previous records. We ain't even talking about the people who looted the temples and destroyed records. We just talk about after a time cycle, after things go on, certain things deteriorate. Even Dr. Ben said, our time ran out. Things deteriorated. Now, things deteriorated. Now, going into this science, in pre-dynastic times, when the women were ruling things, part of the entire spiritual and religious experiences was dealing with several levels of spirituality through sex. This survives in India. There's new works coming out of the University of California. Guy by the name of, I'll give you the guy's name in a few minutes. Hold on. David Kinsley wrote a book, Hindu Goddess. David Kinsley wrote another book, Krishna, the Sword and the Flute. It's called The Sword and the Flute by David Kinsley on Krishna and Kali. And one of the major works now coming out is one called the 10 Mahabodhiva of Tantric deities. They got them on the temple walls in Hemmitt. They got Egyptian pictures in Berlin, artifacts in Berlin, British Museum and in the Louvre in Paris, where they got orgy scenes right in Hemmitt. You see, right in Hemmitt. These 10 Mahabodhivas puts back some of the scholarly work of the pre-dynastic matriarchal traditions of polyandry and tantra, a sexual aspect, as a form of religion. As a result, they used to have these women, sacred prostitutes, in the temples that the Egyptian initiates would consort with or copulate with to get to several levels of spirituality. That stuff later on became Tantra.
What do you mean, Tantra?
What they call it sex tantra out of India.
Okay.
And Tantra is just the art of sexual aspect in a whole other side of spirituality. Whole other side of spirituality. Here it is again. What we're doing is we're dealing with therapy. I know that the taboos have come to the point whereas some things that is so severe now that even if we went back 6,000 years ago, maybe that the people that I'm suggesting to be hoes wouldn't even be called hoes, because we do know that a lot of those people that had what we call those high levels of sexual activity was looked up at as because they were getting to high levels of spirituality.
Then are you suggesting that this is not for everybody?
I already know it's not for everybody.
Yeah, but let me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because when you put it out here, you didn't actually say that. You inferred that the sisters should be giving up pussy to anybody who wanted, and in fact, they should be seducing every brother that they can see. And the question is this: if you're in a revolutionary state and your woman is out fucking any and everybody, including the white boy, because you ain't putting no perimeters on it, any guidelines, you're saying this is free sex. Let's fuck. Give it up to anybody you see and everybody you see. And get as much of it as you can. Which means you fuck the enemy, you fuck your brother.
No.
I mean, I want to know what you're saying.
I'm saying this.
I want to know what you're saying.
Okay, I'm saying this.
Are you saying fuck the enemy?
No. I never know. I said I make it clear. Wait, listen. I made it clear. I made it clear Saturday night that you can't get this from Miss Ann and doggone Beaver Cleaver. I said it there's Collies, Shaktis, Ojas, Gunners, and Russes. Now, let me explain one other thing also too, because there is a guideline to the structure in the world of Bobby Hemmitt as a metaphysical lecturer. Now, if anybody followed my tapes, I am into metaphysics, but I am also into what is called eschatology, which means end-time events. And eschatology not a belief system, we don't find at a certain time that the world is going to go on for the next 1,000 years. That's why they got the white boy up in here that's giving us the possibility that we don't know where our next move is. So in a strategy of war, me personally, if anybody has ever seen, everything is always already, see, when you're talking to me, I make it clear that I believe that the end time is upon us. Now, it might be 9 years that I've been speaking, but I believe when you're in war, normal life cease to exist. You don't do things in peacetime that you do in wartime. Now, and I make it clear, see, it's not really out of context, because everyone knows that Bobby Hemmitt is a metaphysical lecturer of the occult and of eschatology end times event. That's what I've been about, a track record for the last 9 years. Now, the key is this. I am just as well as needed in discussing this thing in the way I discuss this as any other historian or any other person talking about diet and all this kind of thing here, because what we're talking about here, we're talking about a college, we're talking about a university. A university is not one monolithic system. And whether we can be into romanticism, and I think New York, and I'll explain this why I say that. New York and probably Chicago are rare places in the aspect of, because this is the birthplace of black culture, period. Harlem was the capital of black America. And because this is the birthplace of all forms of black protest, black culture, somehow, in some kind of way, the Afrocentric community becomes in a box. They think that black people are on the rise only because they see conscious people all the time. They think it's a consciousness around the world, but that's only in the world that we find ourselves in. For the majority of people, consciousness in the black community is still 0 point something. It's not even 1%, 5%, 2%. When you think about the amount of black people, we're talking about in the rest of the country, you can go 2 months without finding one person with any common sense that even ask the question on what the hell is going on. See what I'm saying? So, sometimes we think that this thing can last another 1,000,000 years because we find individuals in our circles that's thinking of like minds, but that's still a micro percent. That's not the masses of the people. Meanwhile, let's look at the white man. We said, well, you know, we got a long time we had war. Well, we suggested that the food that we eat now is not even, the animals have been there. Most of all that is cloned. This man has got cloning. This man is killing 75 million Africans, 75,000 Africans a month on the continent of Africa. And we don't have no movements, or we don't even have power in these movements to even stop it. See what I'm saying? Now, this white boy is doing things on such a grotesque form till in actuality it has to be a form of mind control to even think that we even have a future. Now, when you look at the structure that is put out before us, I'm not talking about the people going to jail and all that kind of thing here and stuff, although we got more of that stuff going on. Those patterns have been going on since the damn 1800s. And they just doggone elevated and escalated. But we can see these patterns going on since the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. We have always been doggone victims of those particular things that the greater black community has gone under. But we're talking about things that's much more severe than that. Right. And what it is the white boy's technology now has gone to a certain level till he has the technology to make it think it is 1965. And that there's still a black community and we have basic common struggles, when in actuality it's a much more nightmare than that. Right. You see what I'm saying? We have to even ponder the fact that most people, if they go into prison, that might not be the person that come out of prison. If they do come out of prison, might not even be the same people. Right. We're talking about things that's on such a horrific level that whether somebody's a hoe is doggone minor. Now I'm just trying to show you, because I'm not really trying to counter what you're saying. What I'm trying to do is trying to show you that in actuality, based on what I do, I'm not talking, see, based on what I do, it's just like you said about, it's no different than what Walter Williams. You said some people have certain structures in the way they look like they had history, and all those people had almost a consensus after a while. Then here he comes in talking about something alternative, and nobody don't know where to turn to. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody don't know where to turn to. Meanwhile, I come in and basically I spurn new thought by just just giving you the old ways. It's not as if that I'm going to give somebody some kind of thing that we haven't done. Now, what I'm trying to say is this here. In the mythology of Sheba and Horus, if we say we want Horus, we want Heru. It's like jazz music. What's the name said this? He said that, Wynton Marsalis made a great statement. He said, this jazz music, it's not going to come to you. You're going to have to come to it, and that's when you get the benefits. Now, there's a method in the madness of what I was saying, including, I'm going to show you the method to the madness and stuff. This is some great stuff. You just bear with me on this. Because what you did is you posed some questions to even get to the bottom of it, which is good. That's your expertise. No, but I just want to, I just want to say this, and then we, because I think this is very important.
No. I really wanted to interject that on one level, I am acknowledging the benefit of the necessity to explore
That's right.
the realm, and that's what I'm doing.
That's right.
But these questions
They're
have
great
to
questions.
be dissolved because these are the questions that people don't understand.
And the people are going to answer.
Unless you can put a structure.
Yeah, the people are going to ask these.
Behind what you're doing, people say this nigga has
It's what you call it. Exactly. Now, exactly. And basically, that's what knowledge is too. Mm-hmm. Knowledge is something that most people say is crazy. Now, the reason why I say that is this, because I want to get this one premise that I'm trying to make here. Before it became Jesus, which is fake, the motif of Osiris, we can't find a lot of it. We got the same old Plutarch's Isis and Osiris, but generally we're coming from one drama. Most of the stuff is fragmented. And let's face it, whatever papyrus or whatever thing what these white boys have access to, we're never going to get. Now, we're talking hard-nosed scholarship. Ivan Van Sertima said there's a rock, there's a spoke, there's a piece of glass. You cannot hide this stuff. It has to come up through history. When you think you destroyed it, it always comes back. That's the way of the universe. You can never get rid of anything. So, we look at Osiris, or Osar and Aset. We say we got one motif, but it's not full. We just don't. I want to know more about this character Osiris. I mean, I get the story that, hell, the motif comes when the drama comes. He's in a chest and he's dead. And this is the man that the whole world is worshiping and had made white icon figures out of, that is degraded and messed up today. But let's get all that out of the way. We've identified Osiris and we've identified Horus. This is some very profound thing. This is spiritual now. You got to go with me on this.
No,
I'm in the spirit realm on this.
Let's travel. Let's go.
We've identified. I want to know more about Osiris. It's 2001. I don't think most of the stuff that the white boys playing games, most of everything he come out in Egyptology. Now he done have Egyptology for over 100 years, but everything I see in Egyptology is the same old shit. It's the same drama over and over again. But I want to know what would make the Kamites build temples to these people. They got to have more than just that drama. It's got to be something more than just that simplicity. Now, if it's religion, I could just worship that. And just worship it, bow down to it. That's all. But if we talk about a mystery system and an educational system where things is based off of, then I know it's got to be more to it, and it's got to go deeper, detail when it comes to doggone research. Now I'm getting ready to get down with you, and right now, because we're going to take this thing of what I did in the conference and what I did Friday night, was exactly what the story is. Now we're going to go into some investigative research. Now we made the conclusion that only thing we're getting in Kemet is the same old Osirian drama and a few other doggone motifs and stuff, but Egyptology ain't giving it up because the white boys got a consensus. Them niggas ain't gonna know nothing but that same old Bud story. It's coming from Plutarch, Isis, and Osiris. Now, Spirit says, well, Bobby, I said I can't just buy Horus being Jesus, because that would be wrong. Horus didn't come from Jesus. Heru didn't come from Jesus. Jesus came from Heru and was modified, homogenized, and diligently transfixed, cut up, and all that. That's what the Bible says. This shit has been diligently worked over. It said that in the front page, in the first page of the King James Version. So, I want to know what these people are. Now, let's go into these particular people. I can't find it on the Egyptian side, then I know that basically if we believe that it was all one black culture, then that means I got existing cultures, because I'm not thinking monolithic, and I'm not thinking in a sectarian manner. There's existing cultures that I might be able to find that Horus and that Osiris. In existing cultures, only if I look in existing cultures and then I can trace a lineage. So first I trace a lineage from Ethiopia. Now remember now they said they went to Kusto. We talking scholarship. Bruce Grant, 1979, Bruce Williams, 1979, breaks the news that Keith Gill, racist bastard, wrote the book, When Egypt Ruled the East. His scholarship was embarrassed because he found out that the Egyptians was definitely black because they went down to Kusto, Lower Nubia, and they found not only black motifs of this Nubian stuff, but they found Osiris in them. Correct. All right then. So we're talking about writing. So we're talking about a pre-dynastic Osiris. Now, guy wrote a book, Pygmy Kitaboo, talking about how John G. Jackson uses it a lot, talking about how the Pygmies say, or the Twa people, say that they had a civilization long before Kemet and they tore it down. Seems like Atlantis to me. Depends on how you read this stuff. They talk about the Twa, but we find in Budge's book, Omonism, Omonism, Tutankhamun, Omonism, and Omonism. There's a big picture in Budge's book, little old Budge, that he got Osiris as a Twa. Osir as a Twa. So we're talking about somebody that's even more remote than the traditional Osiris, which later became the traditional Osiris in the later mysteries. So now we got him in Nubia, Ethiopia, Punt, Somalia, whatever you want to call it, Kush. Now we know that Kush is grandparents of Kemet. That Kush moves up into India as the Indus Valley, Indus Kush. And we know we have the Rig Veda, which is one of the oldest texts in the world. That Rig Veda is put there by the damn Dravidians. Right. So therefore, I cannot just limit myself. I'm trying to trace Osir. Then all of a sudden, he turns into Shiva and Rudra, but Shiva. We also know that another part of that travel up into the Minoan society and ends up as Dionysus. Now this is what Dionysus does. Because now we're talking about Horus. And let's see, did what I do Saturday night by acting like a deranged Negro fit the motif of what Dionysus does. Dionysus takes a whole bunch of women. He's raised as a girl by water nymphs, or what they call mermaids, are what they call actually wet nurses. That's the point I'm trying to make. He's raised in the woods as a girl. He's given by them the divine birth by Zeus, which is Amun-Ra. He's raised in the woods. He ends up coming up, when he becomes grown, he becomes this character that's surrounded by women. They're called Maenads. This is the Osiris story, because Osiris is chilling between two women. But we don't have the motif, so we got to go into this. We have to go to other forms of culture, because we can't believe that the black man and the African is this monolithic only in Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So we have to trace this thing. This is how you do things. Now, he goes in and the mythology is that he's set in a society that's given over to so much moral law until the energy of creativity, the energy of all forms of possibility into the divine have been reduced down to a patriarchal structure of bowing down to God and worship. And what Dionysus does is he goes in there and introduces the wine, and introduces things that has been made taboo. Now remember, this is eschatology. It's not talking about back then. It's talking about now. They didn't write back then. They wrote in the future. And he introduced a series of things: music, dance, orgies, sexuality, a person getting into their own sexuality. The outside of the repression, he introduces all of these things, and he starts breaking down taboos. And all of a sudden, he's starting to bring back certain age-old things that happened from the matriarchal realm that they used to do. He's bringing those things back in by not letting a woman believe that her sexuality is based on a whoredom. Because we wouldn't even ask that question if there was a male deity that's screwing all the women. Osiris can fuck all the women he want to fuck. Well, he's still a man. Right. We only are in question based on patriarchal structure if the woman has to do more than being obedient to her husband and giving up some booty someplace else. Yeah. Christianity. So as a result, Dionysus comes in and he destroys the repression and the repressed and the oppression, and he brings these women to a higher level and say, I am the goddess. And immediately he's a rebel. They say Jesus was a rebel, but we didn't know how. All of a sudden he's a rebel because he's tearing down the order by taking these people into a middle level of madness. Because we got laws and we got taboos. And these laws and these taboos, we got to remain righteous at all the time. And he's dealing with a level of madness. This is what Dionysus is doing. Now this is the Osirian drama, given to us by the Minoan society, with the Apis the bull, and later on celebrated in Greece. He's taking these women, and they're doing things, and they're going against the order of repress and oppression. Now, to whereas he liberates them. Now, they're not popular to males, but now let's go into why they have to be liberated. They hold the key, and they have power.
The women.
The women.
Okay. Why?
Because that's the way the structure of the universe is designed. Everything is feminine, including that what you call masculine. Let's deal with scholarship here. When you study the history of the goddess not only are matronly, to have the children, to deal with agricultures, but they have goddesses that also cut off people's heads, they kill, they're warrior goddesses, and they have goddesses that have sex and sexual, all types of counterpart. Now I'm getting ready to give you something that's going to blow your motherfucking mind. Excuse the expression. And this is going to damn bear witness to what I was doing Saturday night. Do you know that the Egyptians, the Camites, on what they call their earthly, heavenly paradise, on where they supposed to be going, is called fields of the second Heru. Names, the word second is another name for segment. You get segment, or you get the word second, or you get the word sek, mayat. The word met on the end is named mat or met. You get the word metaneta. You get the word metatron in Hebrew. All this stuff is Camite, or metronet. You get the word met, you get the word mat, or mayat, ma-at. But it's also called, pronounced met. You get the word sek, met, or sek, mat, or sek, mut, sek, mayat. The realm in which the Egyptians called the heavenly paradise is called the second Heru of Sekmayat, called the fields of the reeds, or the fields of sexual heat. Now I come in the other night, just like Dionysus and just like Sheila is doing, they come in and they got everybody aroused. I did it at the conference and I did it here, They got everybody aroused. Meanwhile, the government got AIDS. You tell them, he got T.D. Jakes saying, woman ought thy loose. He done cut out the sexual revolution. See, we say we don't want to be Christians. And Christians, if you look at a historical breakdown of what Christianity is, it is a fight against sex. And it is also a fight against the woman and sex, because the men have harems all day long and screw when they want to screw. And never known as a hoe, because he got a harem. Moses, Moses had he was limited, had a couple. Job, and all in Solomon. And they never ever suggest that he is a whore. What we don't realize is this. Do you know that some of the motifs that go to Solomon used to be women characters in an earlier age? Give an example. This is some good stuff. Give an example. You get the story of Job and how he falls to go through all these trials and tribulations to be tested by God. In so many words, when he falls, he has to fall, in so many words, in another metaphysical aspect, to get to the most degenerative form, the only way he can rise up. Things have to putrefy. Stop. If you have something that is a creation, you say, well, I can't too much do nothing, but it's already created. So what you have to do, it has to putrefy into the doggone putrid feces, and then you take the fertilizer and you can create new. That's called a cycle of rebirth. There's books on the cycle of renewal. So Job has to fall to witness and to deal with the ultimate form of his own spirituality. It ain't been tested just to say, oh, I believe in God and I did all know. If you're going to test it, we got to go through something to see what you're made out of. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't buy no damn car if they put 5 cars off the assembly line and none of them never drove, or you never drove them fast. All right. Do you know that Job story comes from feminine story? Before it was Job, it was the fall of Inanna, or the fall of Persephone. And in Europa, even Yin and Yang becomes raped and has to go through all these things. These was women motifs, or women doggone mythologies before they became men. But we get our history from the Bible, so nothing never happened outside of the Bible. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Now, You get all these people in the Bible, you get all these people in Kemet and stuff, big men. We ain't like that. Mim's got a big penis. But we're not going to question Mim's sexuality and whether he's a hoe with a big old hard penis up on the damn wall because he's a man. We only going to come into question because it's a woman. And that's where the divine hoe comes in. Mim has a big penis, and he's a god. So that means he's the immortal and he's divine. But oh no, we can't have no woman with her with her vagina open. But prior to those things, in those matriarchal systems, before they was overthrown by the masculine systems, before they was overthrown, these women were displayed in those manners. They were portrayed in those manners. So Dionysus in the story, the Horus in the story, he's fine. You say, well, I don't know about Horus. Well, I told you the one we get left over in Kemet, he's fighting. Well, I want to know a little more about him. Well, you're going to have to go to India. You can't go to Jesus. You're going to have to go to India. Well, if he ain't, well, what is he doing in India? Well, he fights, he destroys people. What else he does? He screws. The Horus in India, they got to take 2 bodyguards, his wife Pravati. Got to take 2 bodyguards and put at the front of the house. Because if that door is open and Shiva's on the inside, Shiva might wander off and get him some booty. That's the script. We got to deal with what we're dealing with. Now, I'm going to give you an answer to all this in a few minutes. Because there's got to be some, things just can't be this bad if you're saying we got a result to this. It's got to have something that's got a greater meaning on what that nigga they're talking about. I'm going to get ready to give it to you in a few minutes. That's this paper I got right here. How it's going to make all that stuff there come to ease. Okay? I'll give it to you. I'm going to give you the ultimate reality. And once you get the ultimate reality, you go, well, you know what, that's really kindergarten. That's really kindergarten. We become victims of becoming too human and then becoming too human immigrants. We're not even being the original human we are. We're immigrant humans now. That's what the white man, he's an immigrant human, masquerading as a human, and now we got his mind. And the only thing we're dealing with is he has hang-ups with his own sexuality because he's not good in bed. So therefore, the religion and all the motifs have to be against that. Till the day we are arguing over whether this stuff is even right because we caught in a box. Now let's deal with this thing here. Those motifs, so we go to India as Horus, as Shiva. Not only does Shiva doggone, they got to put some bodyguards on his door when his wife Pravati leaves. Because Shiva will wander out there and tear up some booty. Shiva goes into the pine forest, which is the pineal gland. He's getting most of his energy in the pine forest. And he goes in there and he screws dozens of wives of other sages and masters. Tear them up. This is Horus now. This is Horus. And although they don't like it, and it's the same debauchery of human culture that I did the other night up in there acting a fool at my ass, by taking them, by having the audacity to go after the roles of these particular people that we want to learn about. He goes in there, and he screws so much until the gods have to come up and say, look, if you don't stop screwing this much, you're destroying the universe. His wife Pravati, we love a hero because his wife Pravati is so damn sexy until just the mere look at her. Now this is Isis. Just the mere look at her, men ejaculate on the ground. Now let's go even deeper into those are modified. Shiva is still there. Horus is still there. I want to do it. Just bear with me 1 minute. You can cut that off. I want to go get a book for you because we got to put this thing on the thing.
Yeah, I want some water.
All right. So, the key here is I know we have different things, but we have to permeate deeper into the mysteries. Now, because we learned about Horus and Osiris, and I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like Jesus. Well, I don't want to be like Horus. I want to be like Osiris. Now, I'm going to explain. Now, there's a reason for all of this carry on and vulgarness. In a few minutes, we're going to diffuse all that in a few minutes. Here's a book called The Tantric of the Divine Visions, The Tantric of the Divine Feminine, the 10 Mahahadivas by David Kinsley. David Kinsley. 10 Mahahadivas by David Kinsley. Now, the first thing you see on the cover is the god Shiva, and you got some woman on top of him. I'm going to show you some pictures up in here, because what we're doing is we're restoring the ancient order of those tantric elements of what was in place prior to the patriarchal order. Now here's a picture of the goddess Kali. She's got wild hair. She's got cut off men's heads. And right here she's sitting on the god Shiva. She's standing over him. In other ones, I'll show you another one. You have other forms of tantric deities sitting on top of the men, meaning that they are in order. And they're sitting on top of the men getting that energy, or the men is laying prostrate. Now, hell. Now we in a little bit of trouble here. If I wasn't mistaken, wasn't I actually sitting on top of Osiris's penis?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
This woman is doing the same thing. Here go the Osirian myth. Here's another one, another tantric deity. All of these men represent that body of Osiris that's dead.
But that's not, who is that sitting on? Is that Osiris on the bottom?
That's Shiva, which is the form of Osiris. All these males that you see take the position of Shiva. Take the position of Shiva. All these males that you see. The point I'm trying to make here is the Osirian stuff is modified from earlier traditions of people sitting on males. Terror on Shiva. But remember now, these mythologies are still talking about one concept of the same energy. Of the same energy. It's just that we live in an age where these things have been turned into taboo. So therefore, I'm coming and I'm giving shock value. But I'm giving it in a way to break down the repression. I'm giving it in the way that Shiva would come, and the same people would have the same reaction, because the world has gotten far from the way it was when this thing was actually happening. Now I need to go in and give you a reason why this thing was not so severe at the time in these motifs or these particular things were thought of or either were actually presented. And then it can basically make sense of this. Now, let's just use the basic elements of what's really happening. If we agree that we done had enough of this Christian obedience, that it ain't getting us nowhere, and we all agree that 98% of why our people don't get but nothing because they're scared of going to hell, and they're dealing with behavior. And the behavior has got them so severely locked into fear until it is retarding and impeding their progress to even getting to a level of high spirituality. Because religion and these traditions have nothing to do with spirituality. I started off the lecture saying that spirituality is nothing but energy. And energy has nothing to do with moralism. Now, I want to tell you this concept right now. If we just take the basic fundamentalistic religion and say that we're going to heaven, then that means that in order to share in heaven, once you make it to heaven, you will no longer be a mortal. And if you're no longer a mortal, which means you will no longer have a physical body. That's what even the Christians say. Right. This carnal flesh. Then if you're not in a physical body and you are not a mortal, you have to be what? Spirit. Spirit, or what we call a God. Jesus is spirit. God is spirit. All right. We're talking end results here now. We're trying to get to heaven. Okay? Trying to get to heaven. Now, if the end result to get to heaven, that we're not going to be human, why is not being human frowned upon? Now, let me go into this. The asinine lunacy that I am suggesting a person to do outside of respectable moral laws has something to do with being immortal. If you suggest that I want to be like Jesus, and I would think that the person that I'm going to follow, if I'm going to be with, either I'm going to follow him or I'm going to try to be like him, I'm going to be Christ-like. Well, he wouldn't be fitting a human. Because he's not human. I don't want to follow a human. I don't want to be restricted by the laws of the physical body. So in order not to be restricted by the laws of the physical body, that means that I cannot doggone pander to the taboos and the laws that say I'm supposed to be obedient as a human if I'm trying to be a God. Then what is a God? Give you two examples. They asked the question then. Here's another later form of Horus. Later than Sheba, later than Dionysus, later than Osiris, but still yet way earlier than Jesus. Krishna. Why would Krishna do such carrying on as to go with another man's wife? And why in the world would anybody worship Krishna going with another man's wife? Why? Seems to me, are you suggesting, Bobby, that we run around like hoes and all this kind of thing here? Well, are you suggesting, Krishna, that I follow your example, Krishna, and go screw around with somebody's wife? Well, no, I'm just a later day version of Horus. Or are you suggesting Shiva, which is an early form of Horus, or comparable to Horus, that I'm supposed to screw somebody's wives in the pine forest? A whole mess of them babies. Well, what is going on here? Where does moralism figure in? Since that, other than Jesus, seem like to me all them older doggone deities, they're just uncouth and unfit. Now, the Krishna story goes that he hooks up with Radha. Radha is married. The reason why he hooks up with Radha because he's trying to get to a level of divine love. Now what happens? He understands that based on energy down here in the physical, it waxes and it wanes. If you take any type of energy and bottle it up, the processes of that energy will turn to a new composition on you. Nothing stays the same on the physical earth. Everything changes. As we go on, our cells, the elasticity of our skin, the chlorophyll in our hair, the enamel in our teeth, the sight in our eyes, and the structure of our bones is changing every day. Nothing stays the same in the universe. The law of the universe is the law of chaos, and the law of chaos is everything must change. It's an unorganized state of matter where change is supreme. So Krishna, based on the story, understands that if he gets a conventional wife, the passion, the ecstasy, the bliss will wane. It will change if you get two polarities staying together all the time. The friction dulls down. Nothing stays the same. He is trying to create a porthole into the bliss. So what he does, he gets with Radha because he knows that Radha is married. And Radha sneaks off at night. Is already passionate because she's sneaking off in danger of being excommunicated from her little cultural structure of family, community, friends. She's putting all that at stake. Number one, the Hindu people realize, well, first of all, Krishna is a god. He's not a man. So therefore, he is not bound by the laws of man to say that he can't screw around with a married woman. Because he's a god. He's not mortal, but he has a mortal body. Just like every other man. And his property is just like every other man. But the only thing different with Krishna is nothing but another human being, but he is being represented as of the potential of what other people are saying, what we want a human being ultimately to become. We're going to follow somebody, he got to have a potential of greatness. So first of all, he's a God, not a man, so he's not subject to the laws of man. And the only thing that makes him know that he's a God is just the knowledge that he is God. Is it not written in your law that ye are God? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. All right. He gets with Radha because he knows he can't be with Radha every day. So, because he can't be with Radha every day, when they get together, the passion is so powerful because they don't have a lot of time. She got to get back home. They don't have a lot of time. The passion is so powerful until it's taken them to a level of bliss. On the other hand, because she is married, they have bouts of separation. which means that the passion and the anticipation and the longing for each other goes to such a level until when they have the time again to hook back up, the passion is otherworldly. That's right. See, love is better when you're stealing it. And it's otherworldly. As a result, they get to the point between the longing, the separation, and coming together till they go to a bliss. And then they have a big festival, and everybody joins in with the doggone festival, and they go to a heavenly bliss. And this is the motif of the Christ. This is the structure of the Christ, bringing people to an otherworldly paradise that they are trying to get out of the normal world. Now, what is Christ? They say he's an enigma. So when he comes, nobody will be ready. Why will nobody be ready? Well, if everybody will have preconceived notions on what they think the Christ is until he's going to come totally different. Or she's going to come totally different. And that is the divine whore, a person that uses their sexuality for another level and is not tabooed out of using their doggone personality, their sexuality, till that represents a mutation within itself. Christ is Christos, crystallizing. Chrysomelos. It means a mutation, something that occurs outside of the normal flow of life. Something that occurs outside of structure, outside of social phenomenon and organized behavior based on civilization, laws, and community of the patriarchal level. So these things that put shock in the body, it is the only thing that we don't want to become. We don't want to become freaks. We don't want to become these things. That is what the Christ is. It's the freak of nature. It is a mutation outside of the norm. Now let's go into why these doggone crazy Africans come up with such rigorous forms to deny the human structure of life itself. And this is where it goes. Alvin Boyd Kuhn, in his book Lost Light, said that the Egyptians said that there was a whole bunch of gods that died. And after those gods died, and fell asleep and died, we are what sprung up, which means we are leftover products in the dreams of the gods. Where them gods and where they dreaming? Why can't I get in touch with them? Why can't I get in touch with them? Now let me go back to what the Egyptians said. The Egyptians said that there was a whole bunch of gods that used to rule. And then those gods died. And as a result of them dying, humanity sprung up. And we're just a dream of the gods that used to live. We're just a dream. Damn, that's bad. You mean to tell me I'm living all this life and I'm just a dream? I'm not real? They showed that in the movie 13th Floor. You say, am I real? Now hold on. Well then, where is that God that's dreaming me? He lives inside of you. He just went dormant and he's dreaming you.
Father, would you allow me to set this up?
Yeah.
In structure that I think might bring a little more light to it. I want to go back to the Darwin theory.
Yeah.
Because we talked about Europeans trading history and the motifs that they use, the structure they use. But when you look at Darwin, who conceives that man developed from apes, etc. And yet, if you look at African history, and you look at the point in which we built our greatest structures, the pyramids, things, all of these awesome things that we, not even modern science, seem to be able to do today in terms of any buildings of the complete accuracy that the Great Pyramid of Cheops is built, or the Great Pyramid is built. And yet, just a short time, within a few thousand years, or 1,000 years, we find ourselves Negroes here.
Right.
If we had sprung from apes and were continuously to evolve, as Darwin suggests, why would then you have the greatest achievement of the human mind back then did our evolvement stop? What at that point enabled us to build such tremendous structures? I want to look at that. That was part of really what I wanted to look at.
Yeah, we're going to. Yeah, that's fine. That's great.
In terms of these paradigms. Now, when you say that there were gods,
right,
and then these gods, or the spirit of these gods, went dormant,
right,
and that they're in silence,
right,
it gives an explanation.
It gives an explanation
How we could have built, and it also refutes that
evolutionary story.
So I'd like to deal with, start with
the documentation that you need to deal with is the documentation that was wrestled out of Kemet by the Greeks. Later on, it's known as the Hermetic documents. This document can be seen in several books that bears this document. Hermetica by Walter Scott, Hermetica by Copenhagen, Anna Kingsfoot in Maitland's book has a fragment of this Hermetic document called A Version of the World. This document is also documented in 3 volumes of Thrice Greatest Hermes. It's called The Perfect Sermon of Imhotep. I've been basing a lot of my research over the years. I always had to come back to this. It is such a profound document. This one I'll be borrowing from. I had several things that came out of that document. But that same Hermetic material said, and we'll get into this later on, that our biggest problem as Egyptians, as we learn how to create, that we learned how to create another man. This was documented in the Hermetic scriptures, now coming out of Latin, but I don't think that they was in error, but it's in the Hermetic scriptures. As Charles Prince said, a lot of this stuff was that came out of the out of Alexandria, the library or something that came out of the temples and translated and stuff. They had a lot of this stuff, and this is what's left over as the Hermetic material. But one of it says one of our biggest problems is we learn how to create another man. We created another man. That's what the Egyptians say. That is, in their own words, in the Corpus Hermeticus, which sets up the basis for Western education. Now let's go into this. In the Perfect Sermon, it said, at the beginning, the first couple of lines, that Egypt is the glory of the world and of heaven, and that the gods dwell in Egypt, or Kemet. But there would become a day where the gods would depart Kemet, or Egypt. There will become a day. Now read this. If you're a religious person, it just means that or the gods or God used to dwell in, and when God just got tired of it, they were corrupt and God quit dwelling there. That ain't what it said. It said the gods used to dwell in Kemet, or Egypt, and one day the gods will depart. There will become a day when the gods will depart, and Egypt will become, which was much beloved as the glory of the universe and the world, will become one big graveyard of dead people, of the dead. Now this structure here is 5,000 years old, and it is talking about black people in general. Africans, they even identify them as Africans.
Who identified?
The Hermetic text. When they asked them, who are these people that were in Kemet, they say they live in the Libyan hills. So they take it directly out of Kemet and put another part of Africa to let you know they're all the same people. So they said that the gods would depart. Now, what do they mean by that? This is very profound. Because we ask ourselves, how did we fall?
Yes.
Now, Rudolf Steiner's book, Universe, Earth, and Man. His other book, Cosmic Memory. Very valuable pieces. It had a whole lot of scholarship because he got a whole lot of stuff from the Rosicrucians that the Moors left behind. This is a lot of stuff he was directly translating this stuff from. He even wrote a book called Atlantis and Lemuria. Talks about how they created a new race of man. Talk about the moon that separated from the earth, just like the doggone book Message to the Black Man. He wrote a lot of scholarship, but unfortunately, he had several books out, but what they had to do was this. He was a earlier professor before Adolf Hitler became a world figure. He was a professor. He was an earlier professor of Adolf Hitler, to let you know that they was involved with some much more esoteric things. But he was also a professor, had his found start and origin in the Rosicrucians, a Masonic group. The Rosicrucians became a lot of the custodians of most of your Moorish texts. Now, the Rosicrucians, not the one that the little black people joined today. We're talking about some high up stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, Rudolf Steiner becomes a part of the Rosicrucians, and he has a lot of the Moorish manuscripts and the documents and translating this stuff and doing lectures on. So he has a whole scholarly enclave, an entire university, huge building of this research and all this stuff that he got. It was the custodians of the Moors by way of the Rosicrucians. Unfortunately, the Nazi Party and Adolf Hitler went to his headquarters and burned it down to the ground. And he later on died a couple of years later because he was so heartbroken, all his research was burned up. So the society that bears his name, the one that remained, they had to go back and get several lectures that he had done and transcribe those lectures. And as a result, they still have a library of about 20-something books, more than most some major organizations this day don't have. The book Universe, Earth, and Man, it talks about various levels of the earth. One time the earth, as we know it, when the earth was first formed, the earth was not necessarily all physical. It was a physical earth, then a semi-physical earth, and then a physical earth. And the physical earth at that particular time looked like shadows. Just like the spiritual earth, the spiritual world we see now look like shadows. So the physical earth looked like shadows when this vibratory rate, the vibration of these rates, they talk about it in the book Kabbalion. The universe is nothing but vibration. The first law of the universe is the law of vibration. In the Kabbalion, by the three initiates, it was used by, but that was also used by Stolen Legacy. George G.M. James used the Kabbalion. First law of the universe is the law of vibration. And so when the earth was vibrating on a higher level, we was physical, and as the earth vibration slowed down, we became semi-physical. Then later on fell into the physical. And the spiritual world was visible when it was physical and semi-physical, and the spiritual world was a shadow. The spiritual world was visible, and the physical world was a shadow. And as the vibration went down to the physical world became mostly visible, and the spiritual world became a shadow. In glimpses. So the earth has different stages that it went to. They talk about this also in the levels of the Kabbalah and the levels of which comes from the temple of Komombo, and also the levels of the Book of the Dead. They talk about different realms and stuff. So dealing with that variation or gradation of the different levels of the earth going to several levels has something to do with man plummeting from a God stage to a man stage. Now, I want to clear something up here. So there was a level that they were on. That's when they, going back to Manetho, says there was one time that a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Then they had these demigods, they call them, used to rule. And then they had humans, and they give these different stages of who used to rule. Now, I'm going with the Egyptians' own words. I really don't have a lot of faith in the white man's structure on how I'm supposed to believe stuff, and I'm supposed to omit what the Egyptians say. But we say they're the highest on earth, but no, I'll go with the 8th thing. You know. Oh, the Egyptians, yeah, they're the highest on earth and stuff, but they can't possibly know what they're talking about when it comes to creation, because I got to go with this white man and this Darwin's theory shit. Okay. So we're going to believe ourselves as the Egyptians and all this kind of thing, and we're going to have to put some faith in what they wrote and not what the cracker wrote. Now, when they first came to the physical realm, they were not devoid of all their powers and all their abilities to access the spiritual realm in all of their powers. And as a result, these civilizations, all the way up to about 2,000 years ago, were a God-like people, although their spirits deteriorated over millennia. It just went dormant inside. Now this is very key, because now we set up a whole nother spiritual level on how we know we fail. Because we always ask this question: how can somebody that great end up like this as a wretched state? This is the question that's asked since we started pondering our greatness and looking back in antiquity and saying, man, look at them large monuments and how can we do all that and end up this way? We always had that in the back of our head. Now, I'll give you two sides of this. Number one, we believe, not because I want to believe, but based on what I have studied, that what we know of is even as late as dynastic Egypt or dynastic Hemmitt. These people had an indwelling God force in them that was activated. The difference. We have an indwelling God force that is in us that is dormant. Right. And on occasions we get glimpses of it. And we do great things. Especially when we're forced through adversity to come up with them great things. And we have shown this over and over right here in the 20th century. But still yet, with all the great things that we have achieved, our spirit is dormant compared to the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Africans, let's say Africans, or what have you, the ancient indigenous black man around the earth. So when I say an indwelling spirit, I ain't talking about some little Jesus Christ thing that they had a belief system or they had the healing hands. I'm saying these people had magical forces, nothing shorter than when you look at them superheroes in them comic books. That's the kind of level of powers and attributes that these people had. And that spirituality I'm talking about, nothing shorter than Superman. And I'm not talking about the ones that's outside of the physical body. I'm talking about the first physical humans, the ones that built the pyramids, the ones that built the large monuments, the Egyptians themselves, or the ancient Africans themselves. They had extra human powers because they had full access to the pineal gland, the chakra systems, and the crown chakra, and all of that stuff that we look and we see in metaphysics. They had full access to it. And they can move mountains. Yeah, all of them. And even to this day, we're looking back at the ancient Egyptians and thinking they was regular people like us. But those particular ones had divine attributes and full access.
Why did it fall? What happened? What caused the fall of that tremendous power?
It's really not a mishap as it is an act of the ongoing process of nature. Remember, although they had the full access and the divine powers of superheroes, why do you think the white man write them comic books? Superman and Batman, and well, Batman is just a human with a lot of gadgets, but Superman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, the Hulk, Fantastic Four. One can do fire, one got strength, one could be invisible. These are attributes that the ancient man had. Right now, the Africans can get magic to turn themselves invisible. The Africans can use magic to stop a bullet. The Africans can use magic to start up the heart. Right now, some families, very few, but some families can do this.
Like a guy just told me that today. He got on the elevator, and he was on the elevator, and a white girl got on, and she didn't see him. And then she finally realized, and he said something to her, and then she saw him, and she jumped, because he couldn't see her.
That's right.
And she said, oh, I thought you were the devil.
Right.
That's what she felt him.
So they got things right now. An African told me on the train down in Atlanta, he said, this brother here, I was talking to some other brothers about magic was real, and this African told me, this brother here is telling the truth. I know some Africans, if they come over here at 12 o'clock, they can walk at any bank and rob it blind and they'll never see them. He said, but they don't let these Africans off the continent. So some of these traditions are still in families. So I want to ask you a question. If some of these families still hold fragments of traditions based on magic, what you think these people could do 3,000-4,000 years ago? The magic now is to access stuff in a severe form, and in a lesser form, they got to resort to physical application of magic and spells. What you think the Africans could do 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago? They had full access to do this stuff with their own spiritual essence and their own human essence. That's what a human was. It was nothing outside of superhero.
And the proof of it is the pyramid.
The pyramids and an Egyptian temple. To this day, people talk about the pyramid, they can't build an Egyptian temple. They do the columns and stuff, man. They can't build no Karnak. They couldn't build a Luxor.
They tried though.
That stuff they got there, they can't build no Luxor. They can't build an Egyptian temple. They're not a master builder. Just the columns alone, they wouldn't be able to do. Then you got to worry about the meta and the engraving. That's what gets me, is how the whole wall is not just painted, but it is chiseled out. They said that the Egyptians were the greatest artists in the world. They say that they would have 20 artists working on one foot. Now this is the thing about artists that we know now. You can have 20 artists in a class, and all of them, the degree of their skills will be different. They won't have the same different. They'll have different skills. It won't be the same. But here's some people that's got 20 artists that's going to work on a foot that's got to be the same all over. It can't be gradations of different variations of the talent. They all got to have the same talent to work on a damn foot big as this room and chisel it out to go to a monument big as 3 or 4 or 5 of these houses. So they're talking about the greatest artists in the world. That alone right there is feats that they will never be able to duplicate. They can't duplicate an Abu Simbel. Look at that little Mount Rushmore foolishness that they got. You know, and it took them 13 years of dynamite and all that stuff to blast that foolishness out, and couldn't even damn sweep off the rocks.
Oh, you talking about down there in Atlanta?
You know that old Mount Rushmore thing, the one in, you know, with the 3 president heads.
Yeah. That's in Georgia.
You know, that's, the Mount Rushmore is in where? Denver? No, where is Mount Rushmore? No, you're talking about Stone Mountain.
Oh, I'm talking about Stone
Yeah, Stone Mountain is in Georgia.
Yeah.
Wherever the president heads, the point I'm trying to make here is, and they had to use blasting caps and dynamite and all kind of modern equipment for that kind of foolishness. But here, going back to this particular thing here, we're talking about people that carved monuments and stuff like that, but they just didn't do that. These people were doggone God people. Now, there's one thing about it. What happened? What made these people turn to something less than what they were? Which is key. Now, we're really getting into something now to finally give the final solution of the Africa, and the final solution on what really happened to our people. The first thing here is that energy that made them godlike people started going dormant. It's about like you going blind. To a blind man, seeing is God. Even the little 5 senses that we take for granted. Lose one of them motherfuckers and see how detained and retarded or crippled or impeded you would become. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this energy started going dormant like a person losing sight or losing their limbs. Muscular dystrophy. Well, they had muscular dystrophy of the spiritual powers that started drying up. And as a result, it became more and more dormant. Now, this is the kick right here. The Africans didn't become a weak people because they stopped learning, because they lost the ability to be human in the level of you think now. The Africans could never bounce back from that power that was in them that made them superhuman. And then when they became human, they became came down almost impediments. And they had problems at being humans. Because they were much more higher than that. And that's when all types of plagues and things started hitting the African people, because the African people were retarded in the aspects of gods. They never truly could adjust to being powerless in the aspect of not having their divine powers. They held off roughly maybe 1,000 years just by knowing the magical art of ritual, magic, and alchemy combined with educational systems. They just keep them afloat. But anything that is dependent upon laws of nature, which is always in a state of deterioration, you deteriorate just with the laws of nature. And they didn't know how to bounce back from it, because they had such extraordinary powers prior to just this human existence.
let me ask you, because the tape is running down. Is this a cycle of nature in which there will come a time when Africans will bounce back?
It is. But you must understand, they can't bounce back by being the latest model of the human that makes us equal to the white man. We're far greater than that. We're pyramid builders. Which means that a man who builds a computer ain't going to be sufficient. He's not a master builder. No matter how great you think it is. He's just improving on a variation of technology he done had for the last 50 years, or the last 60 years. He's just making other options with the same old junk. You know, just making an easier way for you to do graphic layout by a press of a button than you used to do the same shit a couple of years ago by hand.
Now, one of the things we had outlined to talk about this evening was the white man. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
we're going to turn this,
Yeah.
name this, the goddamn white man, in honor of Dr. Khalid
Yeah.
Muhammad.
Well,
We're going to do that, but I think we're going to take a break and then come back and deal with the white man and the resurrection of the black man. The goddamn white man and the resurrection of the superior black man.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Should I change that? I got about 3 minutes. I'm going to leave it over there.
That's not 3 minutes.
Well, I got it in the head.
Okay, just lay out what you're going to cover, and then we'll start the second.
Well, you on?
Okay. I'm good.
Well, what we're going to cover is we're going to get to various forms of how this white man was created. What is it? This hybrid figure versus mutation, because mutation is a natural phenomenon in nature. And this is one why, even if we go to the premise of him being mutated, some people will even welcome him because they still think that he's a phenomenon in nature when in actuality he's a hybrid species that's created. We'll go through various bibliography that suggests that, as well as out of the Egyptians' own mouths when they say we created another man, Hermetica, and that's what I pretty much go by now. So we will deal with some of that, and then we'll also ultimately deal with what it is of not necessarily how to get back our powers, but how our powers is manifesting right now as we speak. It's how the powers are actually manifesting right now as we speak. And how he has to fight harder to keep us in the illusion of thinking it's 1975. You see what I'm saying? Or 1968 or 1955. You see what I'm saying? So we'll deal with some of those things also too. You know, but then again, on the other hand, a lot of things you understand, if this thing is inwardly, then we are inward, then a lot of this stuff is just talking about our mindset. On just to understand when the gas done been cut back on. Other than thinking you out in the cold because you ain't got no gas. The gas. Okay, this part we're going to really go into. We're going to really go into this cancer that plagues us today. I call it a hybrid because that's what it is. I'm talking about none other than the European race, which is a cancer that plagues us. They call the intruder in different materials and stuff. We'll go through various things that's talking about this particular European that plagues us. And it's more vital now than it ever before, because before I go into it, what he has done is he understands what is called the archetype of the collective unconsciousness. He understands that if he presents himself in a certain manner, he can do whatever he wants to do with us, as long as he don't call us a nigger. Once you deal with archetype of the collective unconsciousness, and the history that a person puts on you passes, a lot of times if that person overts that history, that particular tragedies of what he did out of history, or after such a time that the phenomenon dies down and people become numb to it, then the only thing that will connect you to him being the racist that he is code words that trigger the responses in the collective unconsciousness. These words that he used to rule by when he was the racist. If he gets rid of that word, in the future, he can cancel out all his past racism to some fantasy land that happened hundreds of years ago. We know this because we know that slavery was only just a short period of time. But in the psyche of the American mind, not just black, but even white, slavery really is something that happened but really didn't exist the way it did exist. It doesn't exist that way in the minds of people, other than being able to work on the farm and not being able to go nowhere, pretty much.
And not being paid.
And not being paid. Pretty much the cruelties of the most inhumane, brutal system of the world for 300 years does not eclipse the Holocaust of the and yeah, lasted only, but yeah, only 12 years, or even the height of that only 6. You see, it doesn't eclipse that because the simple fact, the motifs or the archetypes that would produce those responses that he used to rule by just in the 20th century. We ain't talking about no more than 30 years ago. He's just eliminated the chief word that would trigger that archetype. So the white man, this is one of the things, this white man has made it a law not to call you a nigger. He calls it the N-word now. And as a result, racism can be reduced down, first of all, to one word, nigger. Just like Martin Luther King was reduced down to one speech and 3 words. I had 4 words. I had a dream. And then later on, the dream. That's it. Well, he can reduce a word down, or a system of brutal tyranny, to one word, and then eliminate the word, and racism don't exist no more. And call it the N-word. And now, the system is so advanced now till they'll even get mad at white people for saying the word, because they understand the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness, that if they can reduce one word, because number one, they can do it because black people don't study their own history. And that word keeps this reoccurring system alive. If they can reduce one word where you don't hear it out of white people's mouths anymore, then black people can honestly say that racism doesn't exist no more. Only because they wasn't called a nigger in the last damn 20 years. And when one white person calls him a nigger, or call him a nigger, he's so extreme, you understand what I'm saying? That he don't even represent the norm or the system that oppresses us. You see what I'm saying? So this is how, so it's more so today to talk about this doggone cracker, because the simple fact he has eliminated racism among us just by reducing racism to a word and then getting rid of the word, where you don't see white people in the last 10 years call anybody a nigger en masse.
One of the ways that I would like for us to look at this, and we have to dissect it in order to understand what you're about to go into, and that's the necessity of the destruction of the white man. Most black people would look and they would say, you know, brother, I look around me today and I haven't seen, you know, a better world. There's food everywhere. I mean, I have a nice house here. Look, man, I've been in your house. Look at your house. Man, you got a beautiful house. You got a car. You know, modern society, modern technology. There is, even as, if you want to say we're slaves, never have the slaves today lived better than anybody in Africa. I mean, this modern technology, everything at your fingertips. Everybody is eating. I mean, you know, this thing's so bad, it's never been better. You can pick up a telephone, speak to anybody around the world, call on the television, see what's going on. I mean, it's true, we are not ruling, but we live in a society that offers us a technology and a standard of living and a way of life that, man, I don't think ever existed before. So why would I want to tear this down? I mean, why would I'm you know, and the educational system that teaches us has us in a state of Darwin evolution. So I want you to look at, to deal with the world that we're in, and just to propose that to the world that we may have created as an African people, that one may say that we need to move from this to something else. And let's look at the white man as a perpetuator. Or why would you want to destroy him? Why would you want to destroy him?
Well, first of all, we don't understand world systems to understand that he can't act in the manner as he acted in the past, because the simple fact that there's still a master-slave relationship on a higher level. That means that, yes, we do live better per capita than we did before, in a certain means that the average project house is better than some housing in other parts of the world. But that's ridiculous compared to Beverly Hills or the Hamptons. You see what I'm saying? We do have a lot of black people that's maintaining and do live better, but on the whole now, the majority of the the European race live better in this country. You see what I'm saying? The majority of them do. But we still don't understand that his focus now is not necessarily based on how much luxury you have. The luxury is there to cover up the fact that he runs the world. See, it's a difference now. He's on another playing field now. He runs the entire world now. You understand what I'm saying? So he can't say that we're just equal.
Not only that, Africa is devastated.
Is devastated.
The haul of the resources.
And also, if you just want to just use Africa as the criteria, as us as Africans in America and in the diaspora, we'll say this thing. I don't need to be paying for raw materials that are by birthright mine. Everything that go into that VCR camera putting that together, you best believe that don't come from doggone Europe as far as the raw materials to make it. It comes from Africa. And for the mere fact that they got us running in circles and treating each other like dogs to acquiesce wealth and riches to buy what is rightfully ours based on the raw materials that they're getting to make it is ludicrous. So here it is again. It's just a measure of conspiracy and cover-up and concealing the fact that the reason why Africa is so devastated is because, like John Henry Clark said, they got stuff that everybody needs and don't want to pay for. You see what I'm saying? Don't want to pay for it. So, you know, this was funny you said this, because I was sitting back one day and I just look at places like Paris. I'm talking about their metropolis and their oasis. I don't want to say England and stuff, but let's say Paris, Venice, Florence. White people paradise on earth. Now let's just look at Europe. Let's look at England. Let's look at Scotland. Let's look at Holland. Let's look at places let's look at places, period. It just basically benefit from just modern technology. That black people, following white people, go take a vacation to Europe. You understand what I'm saying? And can be wrapped up in the luxury in the resort. You understand what I'm saying? And have 5-star care in a place that don't even produce raw materials in some of the most barren land on the planet. But yet the luxury in these places now is up to par, to a level that you can go and vacation in them and actually have a level of convenience that you don't once have to say that I had to step down and compromise because I was in a foreign country. We don't have that in Africa. We got places and stuff, and I understand we have places and all, but it's, why can't we have a Paris in Africa? You understand what I'm saying? We know when we go there, if the people has got enough sense and the people has got enough thing to go there, you already put in your mind that you understand the history of your people and you understand that there's not going to be a certain amount of things there that you're going to have in America. But you can go to barren, raggedy Europe. And even in the doggone Soviet Union, the level of living, you see what I'm saying, is 8 times higher than the 5-star living on Africa. You understand what I'm saying? And don't understand that this is the part that gets me, how the 20th century has been an oasis for white people to get on planes and fly and go to all types of exotic places to vacation and enjoy and enjoy. And they can go to Africa there too, but that's isolated from the Africans. But when we go, it's always in some type of adverse conditions. That we're talking about, the 20th century has given way to technology that has benefited these crackers and even black people now. Except on the most fertile continent still to this day. Except on the most fertile continent still to this day. You know what I'm saying? It's really, when you look at the phenomenon of saying that we are in the 20th century, you know what I'm saying? And see this type of doggone dichotomy. You know this is not just by happenstance, this is by design, and for that reason alone, America can't stand. And we must always fight against wrongs being put on a people and being swept under the rug. Because some people say, oh man, people been doing things since the old days. They got that biblical thing in. People been doing things, some educated person might say, people been doing things since ancient times. No, goddamn it, I'm talking about the 20th century. I ain't talking about no 2,000 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about recently, that you want to forget like it's 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? But ultimately, we are talking to people either to wake them up or the people that already have their sight back to know that in actuality it's not utopia anyway. We can just start with New York City. We're right here. Rest of the country think, based on mind control, that Giuliani cleaned up this city. And crime is down and all that foolishness. You know what I'm saying? And he's only made an illusion of doing this, you see, of doing this foolishness and a form of mind control just to keep his racist regime going. You see, so on one aspect, another thing, the white man wants the world to benefit from his system. Then he can say, well, all that killing I did and all that stuff that I did that you can't even, you're going to have to invent new mythology. When you talk about Satan in the Bible, he don't even compare to what this white man has done. You got to invent a new mythology just to chronicle what this white man has done, and especially if we pull the cover off of the real devious stuff he has done. But he's saying, in spite of what I've done to all these particular people, it pleases him that indigenous people around the world marvel at him and enjoy him. For that alone means that we can't let that happen. You know, because he wants that. He wants to say that ultimately, like I said before, this cracker is not only colonized people, he has colonized thought. We're talking about a capitalistic system now that in this day and time, 2000 came, and in July 2000, the Spirit just basically told me, if you don't have money, you're not even considered human. You're like the dinosaurs somewhere. Some person that has the audacity to even breathe air. So this man has taken capitalism, monetary view and monetary systems of merchants, and has made it more respectable than any religion. Because now the religions, that's all they're about. Prosperity. You see. So he has taken a system and has made that system supreme. That every single culture on the world not only looks up to, but is willing to destroy the indigenous aspect of that culture just to get a piece of this so-called democracy, which is just capitalism. You're only equal if you got money, and that's an illusion because you're never equal to him. You see what I'm saying? He makes mockery of our rich black people and the famous. He makes mockery of them and show them as buffoons all over the world. You see. So that's one thing. It's gone to the point where it's hard to convince people because people are so insane. We're really out of our minds. Well, we just can't pinpoint natural phenomenon or just human decency that you shouldn't want something like this to happen. Well, you were just numb to it all. But that lets you know the power that this white man has. The power of definition.
I wanted to get into that, but I just wanted you to structure the conditions that black people are in by being controlled both economically, mentally, physically, and psychologically by a European worldview and a system of government which suppresses the African self. We are not ourselves. You just
right.
We're out of our mind. I wanted you to set that up so that when we talk about the destruction of Europeans, one understands that Africans must find a way to destroy that system which oppresses them.
Well, the first thing is we must look back and not define him as human first.
Right. All right.
That's the problem here.
Then maybe that's what
We're defining an immigrant human as a human. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? Because he's taken our blueprints and thrown them away. So we don't have nothing to measure him by. Those people who don't study, you see. And we define him as something that he's not. He's a hybrid species, which means he's a mock human. He has a mock nuclei. That means that his core does not have the connection of the original blueprint of that which seeded the earth, which later on became humans. It is beneath that. So there is no redeeming factor other than some form of illusions, ultimately, because he's not made of the redeeming factor. And what separates him from the indigenous people is he don't have no soul.
Oh,
now let's get into that.
Let's go with it. Let's go with it.
Soul is not just because you got your eyes open, everything must have a soul. That's where religion comes in and tell you that, because religions are made for masses of people. Anybody can join. Religions don't exclude nobody. Anybody can join. It is predicated among taking the masses and having them be a part of it. So we just take for granted that everything has a soul. But the science of that goes all the way back to Hemmitt, Africa, or whatever the indigenous places that's millions of years old. A soul, you get the word solar. You get the word Son of God, S-U-N of God, or S-O-N of God. So the word S-O-N, my son, came from the word S-U-N. And it also meant soul, solar, a star. Every man, every woman is a star. A soul is not created every day. You just don't have a baby and have a soul. Souls are in essence are particles of light that is in us that will illuminate soon. Were created or were around prior to creation. You have a creation, even if you go with the Big Bang. These souls were essence, were there prior to creation. Or even if they came about during creation. Anything after the original souls can't have a soul. These souls that we have incarnated over and over again, they are the original souls from before creation. Now what's the difference between us? Well, why would they not have souls? How can you tell? Well, I'm living, I must have a soul. Spirit and soul is two different things. I talked about that the other night. A spirit, a roach has a spirit, a rat has a spirit, a cat has a spirit. A spirit is everything that just moves upon the earth plane. You see what I'm saying? That just animates life. That's just a life force, which occurs down here on this level. That is anything outside of an inanimate object. And even that has a certain energy to it. That's a spirit. A soul is something else. Most people have a spirit. Even they told Oprah when them white people draft her show, the human spirit he talks about now. You see. Now the white physicist and white educated person now is even going to say that they don't even believe the soul exists. That's because they don't have a doggone soul. And when they don't have something, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't exist. You see. So the soul is different than the spirit. Everything down here has a spirit. Spirit has memory, and a spirit does everything that most people with souls do. Remember, the souls now lost all their power and went dormant. So what took over when they went dormant is the spirit. Basically, it's what's running everything, and every now and then you get glimpses of the divine through the melanin. And by the way, a soul is nothing but a little small spark of fire that's inside of us. It came from the primordial realms before creation. That little small spark of fire, if you take a match and put it up to a white wall, if I put it up to that white wall there, if I put it up to this white paint on this window frame, you will see a black soot that will come from that match. If I took a match and lit it.
Right.
That's the same concept of what's happening, how melanin is produced. Melanin is produced from a particle or soul that's inside of our body, so minute it's an atom. But it's so minute that it's almost invisible, but that little piece of fire produces all this melanin we have. You see, produces this melanin. So melanin comes from the soul.
But white people have melanin.
They do have melanin. They do have melanin because everything down here has a degree of melanin, a degree of carbon, and the spirit has a degree of carbon. They're called carbon-based beings. We are carbon beings.
Correct. Their melanin is called cell melanin. Our melanin is called true melanin.
Right. You see. So they are mock. Anything mock, it gives off a residue of the original, but it does not give off the original substance. It's like a foam, but it's not the original substance. You see, it's mock. So it's only going to produce just a minute portion of what the original thing does. A point percentile of what the original substance produces. The original substance produces. So they have spirits and not souls. Why do they not have souls? Because they did not come from the primordial realm. They were created or in this case, they were manufactured.
By whom and when?
By black people. Now there's your argument here. We're going to have to deal with this tonight also too. Because some people even say black and white. Well, goddamn it, if black people created them, what the hell are you fussing about? You all did it. You see? And I heard that too. But nevertheless, he kicking me in my ass. You always find something that rewards you with your research or with the questions that you ask. In this case, there's another bit of history that I need to unveil. And that is, we found some Coptic texts in 1945 called the Nag Hammadi Library.
Is it a Coptic text?
Coptic text, Coptic, yeah, the Nag Hammadi, it's mostly Coptic, some versions of Greek, or whatever those particular priesthood was actually dispensing at the time, based on what, what people in the area that they were actually discoursing with, or whatever. So it's a variation of Coptic, Greek, Coptic and Greek mostly. You know, Coptic, it just means later day Egyptian language. You only got a few scripts in the world, and Coptic is actually one of them. So they produced, there was these scriptures, or these scripts, a whole roll of papyrus called the Nag Hammadi Library was found by some peasants in a place called Nag Hammadi in Egypt in 1945. No, yeah, 1945 is when they found them. At the particular time when these particular things was produced, was produced, they only had a couple of fragments of the Gnostic religion, ancient Gnostic religion, because the Pope called them heretics and basically wiped the materials off the face of the earth as well as wiped the people off the face of the earth. So they had one leftover piece called the Piece de Sophia, and then a couple other fragments. And in 1945, they unearthed this whole massive papyrus rolls of all of these ancient texts in there. And amongst those ancient texts, they had some of those Hermetic texts also. So in so many words, what we're talking about in this case of this particular stuff that's coming from the Nag Hammadi Library is nothing but modified versions of the Hermetic texts, or retranslated versions of these Hermetic texts, which have their origins in the priesthood of Tahuti at the city of On in Heliopolis. And from that you have the priesthood converting their metaneta into Coptic and a form of Greek as measures of priesthood based on, they knew prophecy, they knew it from the Hermetic text, because that's what they wrote on, that the sacred language of Kemet would not be even spoken or written in a certain time in history. And so as a result, they translated a lot of stuff into Greek and also Coptic and also Latin. Also Latin. This was employed by the Egyptian priests at the temple of Esna, Komombo, Edfu, and Philae, Isis at Philae, to somehow get parts of the metaneta translated into another language that would survive the deterioration of metaneta becoming a dead language. And even they understood that even like we was discussing the other day, even if it was rediscovered, the translations, they would have problems understanding of some of this particular information. So this is one way we understand there's different methods on what went on this time way. But one way they was able to preserve stuff. And that's what happened with this stuff. They preserved it in Greek and Coptic, then they buried it. And then someone found it in 1945. Now, apparently what these Egyptians were saying, now remember now this stuff here resembles the coffin text. So it's very old because some of the same principles is found in the coffin text. And some in the passage of the Book of Coming Forth by Day. But, or the Book of the Dead as we commonly know it. But in there they talk about, this is still on the white man, they talk about the earth, being populated by true spirits and some newly created spirits. It's in the Apocryphon of John, they talk about it in that. But the created spirits are what they didn't call it created spirit, they call it counterfeit spirits. That's the word. Counterfeit spirits. But these counterfeit spirits, in this information, unfortunately, they are not talking about the counterfeit spirits that would later become known as the white man over 6,000 years ago. These things are talking about a group of counterfeit spirits that was here when man first came into the physical. And they mixed amongst the men in the physical, and they had already, and they worked against holding some of the most prosperous spirits. I don't want to use the word righteous, but they worked against holding some of the true spirits down as much as they could. Unfortunate, based on the Nag Hammadi, but fortunate to try to understand this Yakub thing as far as the black man creating this white man, is that some of these spirits look like you and I, is basically what these texts are saying. So whatever these particular spirits was a small percentile at the particular time, was the ones that later on created this so-called hybrid race that we call the European. The hybrid race that we call the European. It's amazing because we get so much out of the Hermetic text. Do you know that the Hermetic text is the same one that talks about our problem as Egyptians, that we created another race of men? And the chief historical character in the Hermetic text, other than Tahuti being the god, is Imhotep, Asclepius. They talk about him in the Hermetic text as one of the premier figures that was human. But then again, on the other hand, Imhotep has affiliation from this Heliopolis lodge of Tahuti, also at the city of Om. Anyway, what is said is that that creating this particular white man, which you have Imhotep is in these particular texts that say we created a man. Do you know that when Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, put her book together, she mentions Imhotep, Asclepius, in the order that gave certain amount of information of alchemy to create this particular white man. So he's a hybrid being. Now we can go into it and all because there's so much evidence of him being a hybrid being. We find this stuff daily.
Can I just throw this in?
Yeah.
I want you to go into that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'd like you to juxtapose the Kemetic alchemy creation of this being along with what the European is able to do now in terms of cloning, etc. And they are trying to create human beings themselves.
Right.
So with the knowledge that they have, if they can create a human being now,
Right.
which they are trying to do,
Well, actually,
already done.
yeah, actually,
And our people who had greater knowledge,
Exactly.
definitely could have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you
So
know it's
would you explain that and juxtapose that, and then
Do
go
you know
back to-
actually what these counterfeit spirits, or even what we call the white man, this hybrid spirit, do you know basically all he is the first aspects of cloning, gene splicing? Now you get it. Now you get it. Before, when Elijah Muhammad said that we thought that it was out of this world, no man could create another man. But then again, on the other hand, they've been cloning since 1945. They're just trying to make it official now. It's a difference.
Right, right. They're bringing it out to the public.
Right. It's one thing to be doing something, it's another thing for it to be official. You see?
You know, I think Ann Brown said that the Moors are Egyptians been cloning food for years.
Yes, food.
All their
Yeah.
food, fruits and stuff.
Yeah, hybrid stuff, yeah. Well, see, like I said, they have the ancient art of alchemy. The ancient art of alchemy is understanding every mineral, every stone in the universe, as well as not necessarily outside of the body, but also in the body, as well as the compounds outside of the body. That would be, they can make gold just like they make plastic. How the hell you think everything was gold inlaid and stuff like that? They was making that stuff from scratch. You see. They know. The white man to this day know how to make gold. He just won't do it because it would destroy his system. He has studied enough of the alchemical properties. Took him years. Took him all of the doggone 18th century, the 19th century, 1800s to do, and half of the 20th century. But he can make gold now. Most of the 20th century, he can make gold now. So the Egyptians used to make that gold. But on the other hand, when you're talking about alchemy, this alchemy he used to make hybrid species through gene splicing. Alchemy is not only the study of stones, but it's also the study of inner alchemy, or what you call inward alchemy, or spiritual alchemy. And he studied that. The Egyptians were the masters of alchemy. So as a result, some of these counterfeit spirits that was mixed in upon them had a renegade priesthood that went off, and we even got reports that they didn't chase them out of Africa because we were the kind of people we always accepted. If there were some albinos, we would accept them. Basically, they used the caves in Europe as an incubation part, as a laboratory. Unfortunately, when they did this, the majority of the ancient world didn't know about it. So when they saw these Europeans years later, they just thought there was another race of people. One of the races in the whole family chain of humans.
So this is thousands of years later that they had
Right.
to incubate
Right.
and multiply.
Exactly. See, some people saying no, they would be dumb and stupid.
Yeah, they were.
They were. But you know, intellect can develop Because intellect is not the highest stuff going. It's not the highest stuff going. We know that based on black people. We know some black people is ignorant as hell, but they produce genius every day. You see, so there's something even higher than intellect. That's that dormant soul again. Intellect is deductive reasoning of this brain and stuff and all, but the soul is the true us. You see, so over the years, their intellect evolved. You see, because intellect is not really a big deal any doggone way. You see what I'm saying? It evolved because although they might not have the melanin, but they did have a human brain. You see, so it evolved. But the first ones that was created was not necessarily the white man you see now. And apparently, they took a cross between several animal species and human DNA. At that particular time, it had to have been black. Could have been their own DNA. And they made these first species was a lot smarter, but was never flourished in human history. Never flourished in human history, and was so smart they was able to keep out of the way of all humans. And those people were called the Sasquatches, or these Bigfoot people.
That's what Dawood called me one day.
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
And this the mystery behind.
Azariah.
This the mystery behind them. This first one was, although it was closer to the 8, it was very much in common to a black African, although it didn't have a soul, because when you clone, you don't get the soul. Only thing can make a soul is the soul has to incarnate. What few that they did have, and I'm not saying it was a whole lot, but those ones was able to survive by staying out of the way of humans. In this particular case, every now and then people see them. People see them. So, in so many words, it was a renegade priest and a counterfeit spirit that created this white boy. You see what I'm saying? There's so much information on this. So, one of the problems is we're misguided because it wasn't done in such a public form until most people think that they're just a race of the human species. You see what I'm saying? But they are not.
Now, what would have been some of the characteristics, attributes that would be either positive or negative that would distinguish them from the characteristics, attributes, values, etc. of soul as opposed to spirit?
Number one, ultimately, outside of emotion and experience, they can't really care for humans outside of what they can get from them or what they receive from them. So we deal with the love factor on this. And I mean by that is this, the feeling factor. Africans deal with you based on how you feel about them. Based on how they feel about you. The white man deals with you based on how you make him feel. There's a difference. How you feel about someone based on how someone makes you feel is two different things. Like night and day. His relationship to the world is a form of amusement in the aspect that he's trying to find some type of thing in relation to him as a European that you can benefit him from. You can benefit him with. Even in meeting you, he benefits and he cares only how you make him feel, not how he feels about you. That's the difference of a soulless person. A soulless person is incapable of true love for the simple fact it is always trying to receive something other than love is. We say, well, how can a person just love, like you saying, they ain't receive something? This kind of thing here. Everybody does this with their children. Your children don't have to produce a damn thing for you to love it. It don't even have to produce something of great grandiose just to appease you ultimately if you ain't messed up in the head. It's unconditional love. It did not have to do one single thing to get you to love it. It just is. And that's the difference ultimately with the African. We love because it is human to love. We just misguided because the blueprint has been turned around and we love the damn white man. And if you love one person like that, you got to hate another. That's an indoctrinated person. So that's a bad comparison. You see what I'm saying? That's outside of the norm. You see. That's outside of the norm. You know. But the humans love because it's human to love. We talking about models. We're not talking about black people you see now that's all indoctrinated. That's a crazy person for all intents and purposes. We are insane. So you can't look at a patient as a model to try to compare humanity with. You got to look at the ancient African and you got to look at the glimpses of what you even see Africans today and how they do things other than white people. You see. So, white people's aspect of love is how well they can reciprocate. You see what I'm saying?
How well they can
Not how well you can reciprocate, let's put it that way. Or how well they can receive, I want to put it.
Or what they can get from you.
What they can get from you. That's why they can look at Michael Jordan and say, I like you. I love Michael Jordan. But they can find another brother on the other side of town that looked like Michael Jordan and might not like him. Because they love Michael Jordan, they don't like his race. Why? Because Michael Jordan has produced something in an arena that pleased them. And they love him I won't even say the word love. They accept him because he produced something that pleased them. But they can't accept him as being a human. What happened if he didn't produce that phenomenon? to amuse you, to make you accept him. And he was a regular black person. He'd probably be under the damn jailhouse.
That's funny you said that, because there's a film out called dealing with the Holocaust in Germany, how they killed off all the black people. And the people that survived were the actors, the people that amused them. They kept them alive.
You saw that in Bango Long and the Traveling All-Stars, a little thing they did and all. And I'm quite sure that that was not something that was choreographed or made up, where they had to go like a vaudevillian type act in order to beat the white baseball players. You know, they broke out of the Negro League, and it's a movie that captures the Negro League, so they had to put a spin on the actual tale. It just couldn't be about baseball players just playing. That would be kind of boring. But they broke away, and they had to go around basically and play white teams. And they was beating the white teams, and the white teams was mad. And in order for them to beat the white teams, they had to put on minstrel shows and clown acts and make the white people laugh. They had to amuse the white people.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, that's no different than us in regular society. We have to amuse them. That in order for them to accept them, we have to have some type of talent. Something that is a Superman, where we just can't be black. You see what I'm saying? Or just regular. This is what was told to me. The guy said, don't let it be known. I'm getting ready to hook you up with these shoes, not because I like you. I'm going to hook you up because you got talent. And ultimately, in any form or fashion, this is the other thing that we don't realize about that damn devil, is cracker. Ultimately, no matter how much we think that we have achieved through him, it's always ultimately a form of motherfucking exploitation. If he cannot exploit you, he has no use for you. Even to the point, in this particular essence of a person accepting you only for your talents, is a form of exploitation. It stopped. How far back?
Probably this one was talking about exploitation.
I'm done anyway, so
You done?
yeah.
That's your last one?
Got 3 minutes, so I gotta go anyway.
Yeah.
That's good.
I want to just keep going.
Yeah. If like I said, they only, even when a person only accepts you for your talents, your superficiality, or your attributes, and not you just because of being a member of humanity, is a form of exploitation. And he only accepts us in some form of exploitation. Why? Because it is not in him. He has nothing in his constitution capable of responding to us as humans, because they're not humans, they're a hybrid species.
You got to see this film. It's called African Holocaust Victims, African Survivors. And this one guy is explaining how the only way he stayed alive was doing the minstrel show.
That's it.
Killed all the rest of it. And the Germans wondered how he was, nigga, why are you still alive? And all those kind of acting on the stage.
Right.
Yep.
Well, you know, even in the days of segregation, people of the arts could go places that other people couldn't go, and was demanded respect. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
You know, people of the arts could always go places that other people, and that's what fools the Negro today in Hollywood.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He thinks that he thinks that in actuality that white people are all right because he is accepted by being a damn dancer or a singer or an actor, and he don't know that he's a freak, a Superman. In the aspect, he's just a novelty. Even Rick James said that when I went to prison, I really found out how much a nigger I was. And he said, you know, I was on such a cloud, thinking that I was wasn't no racism. Why? Because psychologically the people, they didn't look at him as being black at first. You see what I'm saying?
This documentary is 30 years old, but it's the same pattern. If you watch it, it's the same pattern today. The
Yeah.
exact same pattern.
Exactly. You see, so we are being more and more duped and caught up in this box. Because number one, we never really learned his nature. And the ones who did were forgetting it. Now this is the problem here. Racism is not the white man. It is only an expression of him. He is far more severe than the expression. If he truly exercised us on a daily basis, his true essence, they could not masquerade as being in a civilization. They would be the ultimate contradiction.